Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, March the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Wow, tons happening. So, unfortunately, if you're hoping that the market would at least maintain the gap it had yesterday, so far, no go. So, we are in for a definitely. Market is down as we speak. We'll have to wait and see, of course, what happens once the market opens. Will we have a rally or will it continue down? So, lots happening, though, of course, with the market being down, and I'm assuming that oil prices are up. All the usual suspects from before, the Indos, all these low float energy plays that went crazy for the last few days. That took a big downturn the last 2 days, but remember, 2 days before that. So they're all flying again. So again, we'll have to wait and see what happens once the market opens. But you know, there's so many to list here. We've got Indo, we've got ENSV, HUSA, HUSA, and what else do we have here? Well, again, I don't really want to go over them all. I mean, they'll be in play for a while anyway. We'll have to see, again, once the market opens to see what happens with these low floaters. So let's talk about some of the other ones, though. So we've got some earnings plays. So ASAN is an earnings play and just getting crushed again. It already had the big fall from, when was this day when the fall started? This was on the 17th, so less than a month ago, ASAN was already starting its descent. Of interest to me is that if you go back to these days here, the CEO, I believe it was the CEO of the company, was buying a whack of shares. And this goes to show you, even the CEO doesn't know what's going on with this company. So anyway, this is down, another leg down on earnings. So big disaster here. I mean, this has taken this out in this area right here. So when you look left on the monthly chart, 35.26 is the next low on the monthly chart. So, but anyway, ASAN. TLSA or is it TISA or TLSA? Just a little one. Yeah, it hasn't held. Had some positive data on their drug, and so it had a big pop. Still up 28%. But at one point it was up to 113, underneath $1 again. So probably is a no-go, but you never know. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around $1.04. It's not a low float though, 58 million in the float, so it's not like a crazy low floater. ACMR, another disaster. ACMR, another disaster. It's not an earnings play though. I'm trying to see what specific reason there is. This is a 3-for-1 stock split. I wonder if that's it. When is it affected? That came out on the 3rd. Anyway, this is another one that has really gapped down a lot. Not very much volume though, so that there is that 28,000 shares. Super low float for a $70 stock. So this is probably one. I mean, it'll be probably too wild to trade. Crowdsource. I keep saying crowdsource. CrowdStrike. Earnings play. Big gap up on earnings. Now, I know yesterday we had an issue with our daily candle. I have to wait for the market to open, of course, but hopefully that is not going to be the same thing with CrowdStrike today. Anyway, big gap up for CrowdStrike. Lots of volume. IMAB is no, it's not an earnings play. IMAB is not an earnings play. Let's see what the volume is. Yeah, it's not a ton of volume. China stock, big, but it's down a lot. IMAB, can't see any. Yeah, just can't see any specific reason for it. You know, they're making multiple presentations at the 2022 America, some kind of a biotech conference, obviously, but I don't see any specific news for it. BBW, another disaster earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average, 1753, so it's through the 200-day moving average. As Zach's pointing out, this is great. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting pattern. Gets through this 14 area. I mean, if it can get through all of this, then you look left and $8. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but another disaster earnings play, down 20%. Not a huge amount of volume yet. But it's a low float also, 14 million in the float. So a lot of these China stocks are down. YumC is a, so this is down also, YumC. So a lot of the China stocks will look like this. They'll have that sort of a daily candle, big green daily candle. But now they're gapping down off that with the SPY, of course. BEKE, another earnings, I think it's earnings, yeah, another earnings disaster. Yeah, definitely be following this one. This is an all-time low right now. And look on this monthly chart. Wow, I mean, this is just, as Zach and Real are pointing out, this could really have a big downturn still. There's nothing holding it up. Again, all-time low. You guys were talking about Agri before. AGRY, they're buying a company, so that was the pop-up for Agri. Another low float, 11 million in the float. Just a minute, please. Another one I'm not too familiar with this one, RERE. I mean, I know I can look up what they do, but RERE, this is an earnings play. Big gap up for it, 13%. Not a low float, 48 million in the float. Probably coming into some resistance around that 450 area, just looking at the daily chart. A lot of action right around that 450 area. So this is shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers anyway. One other one, another earnings play, Lgbn. Lgbn is another earnings play. And it gapped up. Yeah, it's holding its gap. Had a nice day yesterday. Continuation and through the 200-day moving average. So, and it's a super low float, 3.2 million in the float. Look at the volume already, 1.5 million shares. So this will obviously be super active all day long. Just looking where there could be resistance points. So it's on that daily chart. I mean, it is taking all this out. It's got this to contend with over here. What are the highs? The highs are 946 or so, 946, 860, 906, so 860. So those look like the next highs, but there is a ton of volume already with a 3.2. So this is gonna turn the float over many times today. And of course, NTRA. No, I did not hold. Somebody, a couple were asking if I held this overnight. No, I did not hold this overnight. NTRA. And interesting, let's see the high. Well, of course, the high yesterday was 57. What was it? 57. I'm sorry, 45.43. So 53. So it's getting somewhat close to the high of yesterday. Of course, this got all. If you don't know what the story of this one, Hindenburg, big short seller, put out a real scathing report on the company, drove the price down all the way to $25. Then a couple of brokerage firms came out and defended it, along with the company defending it. So it'll still be active today, no question about it. 700,000 shares have already traded, up 13%. Okay, Delbaka, I can't help you right now, okay? But what I suggest you do is you go to our user guide, and it should cover all of that about docking, okay? How you create a dock window first, and then you move your alert windows into it. I just can't, it's a little too involved. If you still can't do it after looking at the user guide, I can help you a little bit later on, okay? But take a look at the user guide, go to my homepage, and go to the homepage, go to the education section. just to display what I'm going to tell you, I suggest you do. So if you click on my home page, okay, and go to the education section, click here, okay, on the education section, click on the user guide, all right, and then where it says docking, wherever it says docking, there, okay, where it says docking, read that. There's some videos. It should show you exactly what you're trying to do. Now, if you still can't do it, I will demonstrate later on. I just can't do it right now, okay, just can't do it right now. Yeah, BEKE. I would have loved to have taken it around here probably, but I was too wrapped up doing other things. But anyway, it could still really start to fall once the market opens. Lifetime low, earnings play. Obviously, reaction to earnings is not good at all. So all the recipes for disaster are in place. Well, William, it may turn into my favorite day, right? If we've got this gap down and maybe we have a recovery, in which case there will be a ton of bounce plays working. JD, I don't know if I mentioned JD. I know JD is also down on earnings, taking out that low right there. Billy, not earnings play, but another China stock. I mean, they're just, I had a glimmer of hope for a lot of them yesterday. You're going to see a lot of green daily candles, of course, with the market being up so much. Virtually, probably most stocks are going to look like this with a green candle. But giving that up. Let's see what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. All right, not too many of each. Let's see. The ASAN continues down, guys. I'm hearing it. Text to voice, I'm just hearing it over and over and over again. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Well, those are all the upgrades I get from briefing.com. You know, I get the downgrades in. Okay, I see that Goldman downgraded MTD. Let's take a look at MTD, see if it's been affected by that downgrade yet. A little too expensive for me, $1,300 stock. JP Morgan downgraded ASAN, but wow, I mean, that is just a disaster. ASAN. Okay, I'm going to have to turn that off. Okay, another little energy play again. This EFOI, another energy play. Low float. What did it get to yesterday? Got up to 212 yesterday. Another low float situation. USEG. I'm just going over some of these low floaters. CYRN, which is cyber play or security play, actually got kind of hammered yesterday after the day before was up a lot. Got hammered a little bit, not a little bit. It got hammered yesterday. What is it doing right now? So it's up 8%. Lots of volume. Very low float. 2.6 million in the float. CYRN the 200-day is far enough away. 766. The 200-day is at 947. So that's almost $2 away. So that shouldn't affect it. And this ACMR continues. Not very much volume yet. Man, it's a low float. 13 million in the float. Low float. 32,000 shares. Only 32,000 shares has taken it down 17%, but of course that's has a lot to do with the float. 13.5 million in the float. I don't see any specific reason for it. Peloton, I haven't really looked at Peloton for a while. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Now, my guess is that the energy will be up and virtually everything will be down. So let's take a look. Yes, so what you're seeing here, again, for those of you who are new, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. These are the, so XLE as an example. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95%, what that means is that 95% of them are up from yesterday's close. And this, of course, is the main ETF for energy. So again, if you're going to look at an energy play today, not necessarily one of these ones, but anything that has anything to do with energy, as we speak, you're on the right side of it. As we speak, if you want to go long. Okay, and this can turn around, as we know. I could look at this half an hour from now and it could be very different. So, look at tech. Remember yesterday, tech was about almost like 90% up. So only 5% of the tech stocks that make up XLK are up. Communications, only 4%. So you can see, most of the sectors, in fact, every sector is down except for energy. So it's always good to know if you're going to get into a trade, what is your sector doing? And let's see now, JD continues to move down on earnings. JD continues to move down on earnings. It's been straight down from 58 down to 54. Let's take a look at what MARPS is doing. I mean, most of these little ones with the very, very low float, the energy plays with low floats, remains to be seen if they're going to, really rip. I mean, investors or traders are going to be a little wary after this, 2 days ago when it got up to 32, but it closed down here at 14. Okay, so traders are going to be wary about this. Not just with this one, but with all those low floaters. we'll see if we get any more. My 10-day daily breakdown yesterday, of course, with the market up ripping, you wouldn't expect to get too many 10-day daily breakdowns. Of course, the big one was the NTRA. And that was the only one that showed up. My guess is that we're going to get more today. Now, I mean, we can see right now that there are stocks that are in the 10-day daily breakdown right now, but of course other filters have to be met. It's just not a matter of being a 10-day daily breakdown. Other filters have to be met. My guess, BBW will probably show up. The relative volume has to get up to 8. Relative volume doesn't compute in the pre-market, so. Wave, yeah, Wave I noticed also. Wave. Another one, the big day 2 days ago. Got thumped a little bit yesterday. 579. So what was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 597. You can kind of see if it gets over that high, which is, say, put an alert around 6, maybe a little 604. And then, because the high the day before was 769, so if it gets over 6, hey, who knows? It might start to challenge that high. And it's another low float. Now look at Billy, guys. I mean, if Billy takes out this low of 2 days ago, which was about $21 or so, not that far away, might have some support. I mean, it looks like there's a fair amount of support, or between that 18 and 20. But again, China stock, and most of the China stocks are being hit this morning. Well, most of all stocks are being hit. Now, of course, Amazon, the big news, 1 for 30 forward split. That will be effective in, I can't remember the exact date, sometime in June. So that was the big news for Amazon, plus a $30 billion stock buyback. So that was the big news for Amazon. Announced that after hours. You can see the big pop up here. So that'll make the 29.10 right now. So that'll turn that into an approximately a $100 stock. Make it a little more affordable for more people, I guess. That's the whole idea, of course. But plus with the $30 billion buyback. But it's not effective until sometime in June. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else sneaking in just before the market officially opens. Fossil, let's see, take a look at Fossil. Actually, Fossil is interesting. FOSL, this is an earnings play. Gapping down, not a ton of volume yet. All right, so Fossil, and you can kind of see it's at 1233 right now. If it can take out 12, it has room underneath. So you might want to keep an eye on Fossil, FOSL, earnings play. But again, not very much volume yet. Most of the action, of course, was post-market. That's when they released. Initially had a little pop up, and then reality set in. And this is holding that gap, that post-market gap. There's no recovery yet. Meanwhile, BBW continues down. BBW continues down. It might be too much to ask for it to get down through 14 today, but boy, if it ever did, or maybe a follow through tomorrow, Because if it takes out 14, I'm just looking at this monthly chart, couple of lows right around 14. I mean, then look left, and you've got down here around 7. So yeah, well, the market is certainly not reacting well to it. Not a ton of volume, 117,000. I mean, 14 million in the float though. Here's all I know about MQ is it's an earnings play. MQ is an earnings play. Big pop after hours yesterday. That's when they released earnings, but it's giving it up. I mean, it's just literally giving it all up. It's one of these ones that wouldn't surprise me if it went negative at some point. So hard to know about what's going to happen. I mean, again, you know, you have this big pop after hours up to 1326. Kind of held, but here's pre-market, but it is really giving it up. Now, maybe, you know, the overall market is affecting it. Meanwhile, BEKE making new low after new low. So I'm sure this, well, again, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, with the relative volume, this should show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, here's another one that's just kind of tanking, guys. HRZN, just before the market's opening. HRZN, this is not an all-time low, but look at this daily chart. I mean, look at this gap down. Decent volume. I don't know what the float is for this. But HRZN is really picking up now. Picking up steam on the downside. Looking left, boy, it's through. It is almost through that low of 3 months ago. 2 months ago, sorry, 2 months ago. Maybe some support around 1250 or so for HRZN. So I do see there are some other little earnings plays. Cala is an earnings play, but I just don't think it's going to do much. I mean, it's up. Wow, HRZN is really picking up steam now. Not an earnings play. Trying to see if there's any specific. So they're doing a public offering. Okay, 2.5 million shares at 14.35. Okay, so that's the reason. So it's really below that the offering price. Yeah, 2.5 million shares at 14.35. Raising about $36 million. So market not reacting well to that financing. One minute to the open. Thank you, William. Oh, less than a minute. Okay, guys. Well, market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Certainly exciting yesterday. I'm sure it's going to be exciting again today. Got the volatility. If you're a day trader, intraday trader, that's what you want. You want some volatility. And I'm hearing, remember the China EVs yesterday were all ripping higher? The NIOs, the XPAVs, the LIs, on the way down again. All right, we are now open. Okay, well, there's the BEKE. As predicted, it would show up. I was just wondering about the relative volume, but that's not an issue. A little early, though. QEB. QEB is a, what is that, China Internet, yeah, ETF. QEB on the way down. Look at this one, QEB. KWEB, almost an all-time low. It's shortable too for me. Queb, KWEB. Interesting. Let's see if it takes out 27. Give me a moment here. All right, guys, Queb, KWEB. All right, okay, so the Tulsa TLSA is now back over $1. It's not a low float though, for 58 million in the float. They had some, I didn't read the whole thing, but some positive data on their drug. So the market has started off. Of course, obviously we knew this. The Dow's down big, SPY's down big, NAS is down big. Queb guys, KWEB. Took out that 27. Well, as predicted, we were getting some 10-day daily breakdowns right off the bat. Of course, with the market doing what it's doing. TCOM, 2156. That was the alert. 2116 right now. I don't like taking them right off the bat, but of course, China, just China. Queb guys, Queb. KWEB. Another one. So your theme right now. Yeah, so your theme right now is China. I mean, all of these are China stocks. And we have a halt. ENSV just got halted on the way up. So we have some uranium plays, quadruple U on the way up. And we have CCJ on the way up. These are 10-day daily breakouts. Okay, so a couple of uranium plays. It's early though. Yeah, boy, the theme right now is shorting China stocks right now anyway. Let's take a look at Fossil, FOSL. Earnings play, FOSL. Yeah, shoot, it's already taken off downward. So was wondering about this level here, 1168. It's already done that. FOSL on the way down. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of charts that look like this. So CPNG, we're going to see a lot of charts that look like this, where it had a green day yesterday and now down. This is a South Korea. South Korea, CPNG. Okay, so we've got some of the little energy plays. 9, USEG, ENSV. Of course, ENSV is still halted. This is not an energy play, but LGVN. This is an earnings play, LGVN. Now, will this hold? And that's the big deal. Low float, 3.2 million in the float. Huge volume, 65 times normal right now. Whoa, here's Zach's favorite stock, RIVN, on the way down. Another almost all-time low. RIVN, big candle down. All right, guys. Well, again, I got to be careful, but the stocks like the Indos and the MARPs, the HUSAs, HUSA, 9. Ah, boy, Fossil, that was a nice one. I did not get it. A little early for me. Boy, look at that break and consolidation right there. From 12 down to what? 1042. Wow. Wow, ACMR guys taking it again on the chin. ACMR, look at this. What a, oh brother. What's the volume like? The volume is still not unbelievable, and it's 42 times normal, so it's trading abnormally for it. I just don't see any news on it. But it is being hit. 13. You got to be really careful though. 13 million, 13.5 million in the float. $61 stock. So what's the spread like? Yeah, I mean, for what it's doing, it's not horrible. 60.79, 61.01. It's not horrible for what it's doing. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 600,000 shares, so probably widespread. Look at NTRA now, guys. I don't know if that conference, somebody was saying that the company's going to come out with a conference and really starting to defend what Hindenburg said yesterday, defend against it. Look at Pinterest. Haven't seen pins for a while. PINS. Again, daily candle, green. So many charts will look like this. Daily candle from yesterday, of course. Let me see if the crowd, CRWD, we had a problem with the we still have a problem. Interesting. We still have a problem with CRWD. I don't know why, it's just that one. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment, just to again draw. I don't know why this one. I don't see it happening on any other chart, but if somebody can point that out. Yeah, down goes PDD, continuing down here. Again, I did not take this early, but boy, right now it is really interesting. Just took out 2 day ago low. All right, guys, Wave just took out. I had an alert set up here, so Wave is on the move here. Bad spread, 590. Can't trade this. 590, 613. Can't trade it. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I did see TMC. I know that's William's favorite stock, TMC. I did see it in the pre-market. Yeah, and again, the high of 2 days ago was 323. All right, guys, Queb now. Waited for it on the pull up. So we'll see how far this can go. I mean, this is obviously all tied with China, so I've just got to watch some of the other China stocks. Yeah, so the market is on the Putin comments. Okay, market's moving a little higher. So I'm watching some of these. Yeah, some of those low float energy stocks are really giving it up now, like really giving it up. I got to watch my short on Queb now. Will it rally with the market? But look at look at these low float energy stocks. Look at HUSA, HUSA. They got up to 987, back down to 9. Oh man, ACMR. Oh man, oh man. That's almost like a Hindenburg hit piece, guys. I mean, I don't know. Because I just don't see any news on it. Did not take it. I did not take this one, unfortunately. Boy, what a great short. 68 down to 60. Spread is, 60, 40. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible for a stock. That price stock with 13.5 million in the float, the spread is not terrible. Come on, Queb. There's Fossil, guys. Fossil now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, only issue is, let's take a look at this, 1014. To me, I mean, look, if you took it at 1068 and it got down to 1014, that'd be great. I mean, nice percentage move. I just think there's too much support up here. So, I don't know. It's not as appealing to me now. All right, Queb. Yes. Yeah, I've taken some out. It's a little bit frothy, so I've taken some out, but I'm looking at some of the other China stocks. It's just a matter of following all these China stocks. We've got XPAV, we've got NIO, we've got LI, all moving down. No, these are all intraday trades. There's no question about it. You got to be nimble. So, guys, this is what I'm seeing. I mean, these are all China stocks, all right? XPAVs, yeah. This is Korea, South Korea. NIO, of course, the QEB is down here somewhere. Where I PDD. Here's the QEB. So it's the China stocks that are really moving down. Don't have, I have a delay of, I think, 20 minutes on Zach's scan, so I don't see that one. Wow, wave. My goodness, I completely lost sight of wave. It got halted. Come on. Got halted. Wow, on the way up, halted. Oh, I know what happened. Remember, I was looking at this one. I really wanted this one, but when I looked at it, I think the spread was like 590, 607 or something. So I made the proclamation, untradeable. I guess the spread must have tightened. Find it very difficult to go along anything right now. I mean, I don't know what. Boy, those the China EVs guys just getting sell, sell, sell. Yeah, I mean, fossil is continuing lower. I'm just concerned about this. What I consider some pretty decent support right around 10. Well, William, you did get your big reversal for BBW. Is that where BBW showed up on his bottoming scan? Because again, it's what's my delay on that? 20 minutes. Yeah, I've got a 20-minute delay. So what time is it now? So yeah, so it's almost 9:50. So I will start to get some. Oh, I thought you were okay. I thought you had a bounce play for BBW. Wow. Well, it bounced. There's TCOM, guys. Remember, somebody was saying yesterday, why is TCOM up? Well, the whole market was up. TCOM down now. China, China, China. That's the theme, guys. These China stocks right now, anyway. All right, market is just kind of flattening out here. There's no big move after, of course, the big down move pre-market, but there's no big move right now as we speak. CPNG though, another leg down, not quite an all-time low. All right, guys. So there's NTRA. It's actually a little pop here. I don't know if they've started their conference or whatever it's called, but if it looks like what if they are, then right now the reaction is pretty good. The high yesterday was 45.53. So it's about $1 away from that high. Stick an alert there. Takes it out. This could have another run. Sorry, so what was that high? 45.53, so I'm just going to stick an alert there. 45.53 for NTRA. Well, the AI is on to NTRA. Risky, guys. I mean, obviously it's risky. I mean, there's still, you know, that news is still in there from Hindenburg yesterday. Who knows? Maybe they'll come out and say whatever the company is saying, and those brokers are saying, we disagree. So precious metals, my guess is that gold and precious metals are up. Again, not it's obvious. I mean, the market's down, so usually we're back into that mode. Bitcoin down. I'm just looking at Mara. I'm sure Bitcoin is down. BITO ETF for Bitcoin. Yeah, look at this. Wow, big drop. I don't know what Bitcoin is right now, price wise, but okay, gap up and go. LXU, guys. LXU. Look at this one. I mean, it's not an all-time high. I don't know what the situation was here. Maybe they changed symbols because it's not an all-time high, even though when you look at a chart, you think, well, it's got to be. So it must have changed symbols or something like that. Became XLU here. And XLU, you know, you're looking to go long something. I mean, this is definitely bucking the trend. LXU. What's the float like? 80 million? See if there's any news on it. Don't see any news. Don't see any specific news on it. Okay, fertilizer. I got it. Okay, so fertilizer. So my guess is that MOS, Mosaic. Yeah, so anything to do with fertilizer, as Zach posted before regarding Putin's comments. So LXU. Just a cheaper version of it. Well, fossil can listen. I mean, if it takes out 10, look out. I mean, the next low is way down here around 930. I mean, I may be very wrong. It may just break right down through 10. As I said, if you took it, you know, up in this area, well, obviously if you took it up to 12, it'd be awesome right now. But the alert happened to my 10-day daily breakdown at 1060. I mean, if I got down to 10 from 1060, I mean, that's a great trade. All right, guys, the SPY putting in a nice big green. So those little energy plays are definitely suspect now. And the trade of the week, hopefully you traded it, okay? The trade of the week, I mean, It was a great trade, but you know, it is starting to give it up. My guess is that the solars are probably giving it up somewhat. But this got up to what, $37.98, almost $38. So hopefully you traded some out, if not all. All right, I'm out of everything now too, guys. With this market bounce here, the Queb was okay, wasn't great. So, gap down, if this market continues like this, gap down and reversals could start working, all right? So this is an example of one, STLA. Let's see if it could take out the pre-market highs. And so this is what I'm looking at, okay? The gap down and reverse. So we're going to see some China stocks, I'm sure. Well, yeah. With the market doing what it's doing, we're going to see probably all of the China stocks, or any stock that had gapped down, is probably doing something like this. Yeah, man, oh man, that wave. I mean, the spread is still not great, but it didn't matter. 680, well, now it's coming down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Here's another gap down in reverse, guys. Lithium. So lithium play. But, you know, coming into probably a fairly big resistance area, around 29 for LAC. Like to see a lot more room, of course. Another gap down in reverse, CLSK. How long will these last? I don't know. But look at the market. Look at the market. Why it's so important, you know, have a SPY chart up. Because if you're long things or short, you know, at the beginning when everything was just cascading down, then you see something like this, more than likely your short positions are going to be hit. You know, here's another one. I mean, the airlines, my guess is that jets. Yeah, so, you know, jets popping. Airline ETF. All right, so here, oh man, here's actually an earnings play, ESTE, earnings play. Again, probably low float, 6.8 million in the float. So with most of the most of the oil plays, energy plays up pre-market, but this is an earnings play now, and look at this, ESTE. So I mean, if it can take out 13, the next lows underneath are around 12.18 or so on the daily chart. So keep an eye on this one. I am definitely keeping an eye on this one to see if it can take out that. I'm going to put an alert around 1292 for ESTE. Doesn't mean I take the trade, you know, if it hits 1292. I just want to be aware of it. You know, I'm looking yesterday at on that 15-minute chart. Can take all that out. Yeah, we're very choppy right now. Look at the NTRA. You know, from the AI, at one point it was up quite a bit. You know, but there's a big topping tail. 40 got up to 45. Here's another reason why, you know, I completely and utterly disagree with auto trading the AI or anything really. Look at this. I mean, listen, this may come all the way back. But you have an alert at 42.90, You get an alert at 42.90. Now, I don't know when you could have got it, but let's even say 43, 43.20. And it pops up to 45. And, you know, the AI is not out of the trade at all. No profit, no nothing. Now, as a trader, you can't do that, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, I'm going to try. Here's another one that resumes. So this is, so TIG on the way down, got halted on the way down, or it was a resumption. I'm not sure I understand what's happening here. Well, gold plays, guys. GDX, ETF for the gold miners, ETF. Well, look at RERE. Was that shortable for me? I mean, this is just got kicked. Ah, shoot, it was. The earnings plate looked pretty good pre-market. Market open, kersplat. Almost an all-time low now. Highly technical term. Look at AMR. Okay, metallurgical resources. Okay, so this one has been on an absolute tear. AMR. All right, well, there is your agri again, Zach and Real, etc. So now, and this is shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So I'm looking left, the next high in the monthly chart, that is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 months, 5 months ago, is just over 3. I mean, it did have some news. Letter of intent to acquire DeRusse plants. I'm just watching it, seeing how much further it can go. I think 3 will probably stall it if it ever got close to it for the agri. Yeah, my hometown. Okay, Agriforce. Just watching it, guys. It just became unshortable for me. It just became unshortable for me. Shoot! I just tried to place my order, and there were shorts available, and now there are no shorts available. Son of a bee. And that's Interactive Brokers, of course, I'm talking about for Agri. Oh, well. Why is this one still called Ultra Short Lehman? Couldn't they change the name? Anyway, TBT. Boy, these again, guys. These China EV. So what's the low for NIO? A couple of days ago was 1758. I mean, you can kind of see if it takes out that 1758. I mean, it's got all sorts of room still underneath. No, curse-free room, Kang. Meanwhile, uranium continues to be pretty strong. Just have to see where this market is going. We had that nice green candle here, a bit of a red one, well, not bit, it's a red candle here, not strong. Just have to see where this market is going. All right, I don't know what the story is on this tick, guys. I have no idea. This is sort of a resume, so I don't know, but I'm looking here. What day is this? So that is, I don't know if it was halted. Is this supposed to be a buyout or something for? Okay, I'm hearing Agri, so obviously, it is still moving a little higher here. I mean, you got to look left. I mean, look at that monthly chart right there. A high was 306. That is 1, 2, 3. That's 5 months ago. 306. You know, I mean, listen, if it can get through that, then the next high is way up here at 715. So I'm not quite prepared. I know Zach is already short this, but not quite prepared to do that yet. Lots of volume coming in. Lot of volume, man. Okay, well, I mean, look, 301. That's what I'm saying, 301. Or sorry, 306 was the high. Meanwhile, Bumble from yesterday, it is still strong. This is a second day continuation off earnings. All right, so it is still strong. The next high looking left is 25.66. So there's about $1 until the next high. It did take out yesterday's high, 24.75. Yeah, so it's just, actually, I'm wrong. It's just underneath yesterday's high, 24.75. Takes that out. It has some room to 25.66. Couldn't get the FUTU. That's a great green bar ignored on the FUTU. Great green bar ignored. I just couldn't get it. I was too slow. Lots of shares available. That wasn't the issue. Uptick rule may have nailed me a little bit, but I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. All right, Agri. Are you done? Ooh, maybe. Let's see. Ah, I forgot. I can't short it. Ah, son of a gun. Okay. I can't short it because there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Got all excited when it took out 3. All right, guys, Bumble is interesting now. It just took out yesterday's high, a little bit of room, about $1 to the next high. Second day continuation of earnings. Cano again with that takeover. Yeah, look at these bottoming tails. My goodness, that is a horrible looking 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart with these bottoming tails. All right, here's another one, another China, I think it's a China stock, ZTO. Yeah, of course it is. ZTO, another gap down and reverse. So a lot of the China stocks are doing this. I know Real was mentioning SSS. I didn't see this one really in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was too light or something, but man, this is another, not an all-time low, but maybe some support coming in. Well, that's far enough down, $8. Next low looking left on the monthly chart is 9, so it takes out 9. It has a shot to the 8 level. Didn't see this one at all in the pre-market. There's another one that was moving down. ESTE, another earnings play. I'm continuing to watch the Bumble, guys, in case it just broke down a little bit below yesterday's high. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's still a couple pennies above yesterday's high. See if it can just kind of remain here and start. There it goes. Starts to move a little bit. So what is the price right now? Is it, yesterday somebody mentioned 108 or something like that? Yeah, really. I mean, look at the pre-market. Nothing really happening in the pre-market for EBIX. You know, maybe here. Well, I guess so, 9, but and then nothing at 9:15. Actually, there was a move down. So really, it wasn't that explosive in the pre-market. Market opened though, man, oh man. There goes Bumble, guys. BMBL. Let's see if it takes out 30, 30, 25. No, 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 no. So, boy, this TIG has got me confounded here. I just don't know what's going on. But it's a lifetime low. Looks like it had earnings after hours yesterday, but really zero reaction. And it may have been halted or something because I have a resume. Didn't start. I have a resume for it at 9:50. Sorry, at 9:56. Bumble, guys, yeah. I mean, it's just a took out. Now, if you're in it, just be aware of that high. Be aware of that high that I was talking about right over here, 25.66. That's the next high looking left. After that, 26.67. But just be aware of that number right there. I'm actually getting a little more interested. Hopefully, I don't. Hopefully, you've taken some off, Zach. But a little more interested on a long for Agri. If it can take out that 306, I mean, my goodness, 340. Yeah, I'm a little more interested in a long now. So the fact that it doesn't have shorts doesn't bother me now. The reason being is that if it can take that out, remember, I mean, it got up to 7 a few weeks ago. So it's got a ton of room. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I have an alert set over 3, around 309. See if it takes it out on volume. Absolutely, John. The market has no feelings or whatever. I mean, we have, I haven't seen too many posts like that in the last little while, but somebody will say something like, I don't understand. I'm looking at their earnings report. Looks really good. Even they guided well, but it's not, but it's tanking. Why? Well, it really doesn't matter why sometimes. I mean, it just is. I mean, the market is, wow, by the way, look at this. This is a red bar ignored now with the SPY on the 15-minute chart. But you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure stuff like that out. Yeah, I actually pay more attention to bad news. You know, I mean, not so much the good news. Meanwhile, guys, uranium. So you want to play uranium, URA. You don't want to take an individual stock. You can just take a look at URA. That's the ETF. Though that's interesting. It is not as dynamic as, say, this one, which is basically straight up. And probably, what is CCJ doing? I think CCJ, yeah, CCJ is the big one in URA. Boy, I'm watching all these as the market. Well, it was moving higher, but as the market's moving a little bit higher, what are we now? Everything is still down, but trying to recover somewhat. Boy, this I'm not in this one, but this is really ripping here. This U. 1142 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. What is that on the weekly? 1114. So, I mean, this still has room. So the uranium plays are hot right now. No, I've traded some of the bumble out guys. You know, getting closer and closer to that high right there. So I've traded some of this out. And it is 10:23. So you know what happens at 10:23 or so, between 10:20 and 10:30. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my home page. Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on all this, guys, today. Market is a little too exciting right now. I don't want to miss too much, so let me just do this. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. You're going to see we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which is not really doing too much today. This is really the only profitable one, mildly, so not doing too much today. So you can apply that 15% discount, so the premium would work out to like a $1,700 a month, and this would work out to $850, I guess. Yeah, 15% off 1,000. Yeah, so $850 a month, or sorry, $850 for the year, and this would be $1,600 for the $1,700 for the year. Okay, if you apply that 15% discount, you don't have to go annual. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay, first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you'll pay going forward. I would encourage you to start off with a monthly. If you ever want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor that 15%. Okay? But make sure you want the program, because you know our refunds on an annual you're into it a few weeks, a few months, you're not getting a refund, okay, if you don't want it anymore. So make sure you want the program. Trade of the week, free section, okay, that is free. Stock of the day video that I do. Now, I should say this. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. We've had, of course, two great ones. Last week, Arch. This week, CSIQ. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. And all the education is here. I really encourage you to take a look at our user guide. Just briefly take a look at it, okay, because it's all sectioned. You want to learn more about, for instance, the stock racing right here. The alert windows, top list windows, etc. Okay, so it's all sectioned. And also, I guess it's because my window is too small, but anyway, if I click on that and it's a user guide, usually you see everything over here. It's all searchable. The introductory lessons, this is what I would do to start. Goes over all the basic features of trade ideas, top lists, alert windows, single stock window, etc. Daily support sessions, today's Thursday. So in our YouTube room, when I take my break at around 12, I take my break between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that just before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over there if you want. And as always, Chris Varley is there to answer questions Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And daily webinar, so you can sign up for them all here. Today is Thursday. There is one today. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. This week was Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is a great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this on. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so it's a great little series. And last, if you want my scans, here are the scans that I am sharing. They're all here. One of the ones people ask me about is what do I do in the pre-market? I use these four in the pre-market, but mainly the pre-market actives up and down. That's where I kind of find my ideas, that stocks that might move once the market opens. Okay, so this is what I use. I've been using this format for years and years and years. But I have a lot of other scans here, of course. And the 10-day daily breakdown, which is actually producing pretty well right now. Okay, but you can take a look at them all here. A moment as I size the screen or the window. Okay, so the Agri came right back, guys. The Agri, after that little pullback, came back, and this is getting a little more interesting. I mean, as a long. So I'm sharing my scans. A lot of scans are here also. If you click on New, and from our doc channel bar, we have a lot of scans that are here. These are all theme-based, okay? Theme-based. So here's a momentum scan. If you want this one, just save it to the cloud and you can bring it back. You can. What I'm really trying to show you is that you can take any scan, my scans, you can save it to the cloud if you like it, a scan that I've got, or one of the scans that we've got in these layouts, save it to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating a layout of scans that we've actually created for you. Now you can adjust them, of course, if you want to. Adjusting meaning, you don't like this price range, you just change it. Again, once you get into trade ideas, you'll understand exactly how to do all this. Just give me a moment here, guys. I don't want to miss this one. It's right at that month high a few months ago, right at that month high. Okay, now if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. All right, so if I right click on an alert window and click on configure and summary, sorry, not summary, but search, these are all the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the alerts, and these are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn a programming language to use trade ideas. That's what we did as a company 2003 when the company started. We, meaning the company, I'm not an owner or anything like that, but they decided, instead, most people don't want to learn a programming language. So they decided what they will do is create enough alerts and filters for the majority of our thousands of customers. They can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. And then this window right here called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so this window that is called Brokerage Plus, I just put a link in. 2 videos here, okay? Two videos. A short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. We're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. It's just that we have this feature, this option, that if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas and you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can do it. The second video, a lot longer, goes into way more detail, how you can use this. Now, Jamie, who should be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he is a very experienced user using Brokerage Plus, and I think he uses E-Trade, okay? So if you have a lot of questions about that, save them up, and you can ask Jamie. The other main reason to use this is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Simple. First of all, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay, if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, no problem, but you do want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service, and then you'll notice here it says Brokerage Plus. 2 options underneath, live or sim. So the sim, I click on sim, and it says select account, and now I'm in my simulated trading default account, okay? Now I can practice trading. Well, you got to be nimble today too. I mean, that Bumble just absolutely collapsed after it took out 25. So nice pop, but it got close to that high right there, and that it got about 20 cents away from that high, and that's kind of what stalled it so far. But meanwhile, also the market is starting to give it up. So, there's a lot going on, guys. Today is not as easy as it was yesterday. Yesterday we had a market that was basically straight up. Not too many jogs, so a little bit, definitely more of a challenge. Certainly the things that I'm looking at. I mean, look at the Queb. I mean, Queb was an okay trade for me on the short, but it popped all the way up to 27.36, and now it's back down again. So it's following the market. I mean, just look. Here's that SPY right there, that 15-minute candle corresponds to that. And now these three. So, I mean, you've really got to pay attention to what the market's doing. SPY is one way. You want to follow it another way, but I've always had the SPY up. Boy, I got to keep an eye on that now. Stella. I mean, Stella was a nice one on the upside yesterday. Had a couple of days of recovery, but now it's below 15. And when you look left, the low over here is way down here at 1374. So I'd be keeping an eye on Stella and see, especially if this market continues like this, see how well it holds underneath 15, because I mean, this has got a a lot of room on a percentage basis to 1368. All right, guys, Agri. Are you still short Agri? I don't want to pump it. I'm not pumping it, but I mean, are you still short Agri? Zach? Quarter? Okay. Okay, guys, I'm in some of this Agri now, okay? And if it holds 3, I'll keep it. If not, I'm out. So just want to see if it has any room. I mean, 344 was the high, but I'm not as interested in that. I'm more interested in this high at 7. But we'll see. All right, guys, the CPNG is weakening again. CPNG kind of tracking the market a little bit. Another China stock. CPNG almost an all-time low. Wow, CPNG. I was looking to short this one earlier, but again, it just got a little bit jumpy. Yeah, ACMR, I mean, it's been jumpy also. I mean, it was awesome from 68 to 60, but then it popped right back up to 67. You know, that price of a stock with that float, I mean, that can happen. Oh, good. Okay, I'm just going to put another price alert for Agri. Let's see if all right, guys, I've traded some out. As it was getting close to that high right there, I've traded some out of the Agri. Again, I'm in scalp mode now for most things. I don't trust anything right now maybe on the downside, but certainly not on the upside. Now I can hold on. Okay, you can go now. And the volume is good too. The volume is still pretty strong. Hasn't tailed off yet. Time is at 10:41. So I mean, this candle has another a little less than 4 minutes to close. So this is still strong volume. It'll overtake that one. There we go. Okay, I think I can call that a winner, I think. Yes, an RBI 50, yes, on the 5-minute chart, yes. Is a red bar ignored, yes. Is what we're talking about? This can be a pretty powerful indicator. Let's change my time frame to 5 minutes. So you see this now. I mean, the only problem is these topping tails. But I mean, so to me, it's not perfect. But in theory, yes, this is definitely a red bar ignored. That red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle being green takes out that high right there, 310, and explodes off it. Now, does this always happen like this? Of course not. But that can be a powerful indicator. But I keep saying this, guys, you've got to trade these. I mean, I don't trust any of this stuff, okay? Meanwhile, we have a gap up and reverse for Swim. So Swim is an earnings play. Did zip in the pre-market. I mean, nothing. Market open though, had a nice pop up to 17, but really giving it up now. So this is a gap up and reverse. I wish I'd seen this just a little bit earlier. Boy, look at all these stocks just really following the SPY. I mean, you know, there's that green candle right there. There's the green candle right there on the SPY. 3 red candles. Well, this was sort of neutral, but 3 red candles here. Just kind of following the SPY. Okay, guys, moment of truth for the Agri. I always consider the 50-cent level as being something that could be hard. Look at Fossil. I'm jumping around here, I know, but look at Fossil now, guys. Underneath 10. Well, now this is interesting. I mean, underneath 10, I mean, the next low looking left is way down. Well, not way down here, but 940 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have very much of it left. I mean, I always consider the 50-cent level is almost like the whole number for stocks under $5. You know, that stock can stumble. So it got up to 350 and it did not take it out. You know, it's funny you say that, William. My wife is getting some some jewelry fixed, and I was talking to the guy, and this is a jeweler that sells lots of watches, and I said, "How is the watch market?" He says, "Surprisingly good." Now, he wasn't selling Fossil watches, but But he said, yeah, surprise, because I'm like you. I mean, I have my Fit watch. I got my Galaxy watch, and that's what I use. And I haven't worn a real watch in a long time. Yeah, they say it's more for like it's a jewelry effect almost. All right, wheat under 10 now. Wheat under 10. Yeah, it's a struggle. I mean, I'm telling you guys. I mean, stocks under $5, that 50-cent level can be as impactful as the whole number. And I mean, I'm just somebody who's very aware of the whole number, just psychological. That's all it is. I know real doesn't agree with me. The algos don't care that it's a whole number, but I don't know. I've just seen it too many times, so maybe I'm stubborn, but I just find that 50-cent level for stocks under 5 can be a stumbling block to get through. Because there's no reason. I mean, there's no reason for it to stop at 350. All right. I mean, I'm looking on the weekly chart, the daily chart. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. There's not like there's a ton of action at 350. So now, does that mean that's forever? Of course not. I know you meant 100, Phil, not 10. If oil is under 10, I am converting every single all my U.S. currency to a Canadian right now. No, I know. I knew you did not mean 10. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I see that Agri tried another stab at getting through 350. All right, now I'm watching Fossil, guys. I'm watching to see how well it holds underneath 10. Okay. And of course, we could have a bounce on this one, but I'm just watching to see how well it holds underneath 10. Just give me a moment. Izzy or Eyes, or I don't know how to pronounce it, whatever you're calling yourself. All right, let's take a quick look at the sectors. My guess is that nothing has really changed that much, you know, based on what the market's doing. Energy is probably not as much, yeah. So energy has dipped a bit. You know, at one point there's at 95%. Now it's at 77%. You know, technology is still in the tank. Communication is still in the tank. These haven't changed. Healthcare, I can't remember what healthcare was, but I'm sure it was in the tank. Utilities, but these are dividend stocks typically. That's why people are into that. Maybe materials. I can't remember what materials was, but I would not call, other than maybe a slight decrease in energy stocks. The one thing I can see that is trending are the all those low float energy plays that were so incredible for the few days, but they're all dropping. Meanwhile, CPNG, shoot, I should be in this one. Lots and lots and lots and lots of shares available to short. I should be in this one. Almost an all-time low. Continuing to watch this fossil to see if this it's butting its head up against 10. Wheat guy, man, FUTU. Wow, I mean, we've got some big winners actually from. I just didn't get it. I remember I tried to get this one, didn't get the price fill I wanted. FUTU. Another one from the 10-day daily breakdown. Hi, Arja. All right, so your little your bounce play Zach is suggesting a buy for your CPNG. Boy, look at the market though. I'd like to, the bounce plays will not work as well, obviously, if the market's doing this. I mean, a lot of stocks now are following this hour straight down. There goes Fossil. Okay. Sorry. Just give me a moment. Yeah, man, Fossil is still trying to. Maybe that would be the drop. We'll see. I'm really interested in this one. I was just all set to. I think my cat actually saved me from shorting it. But I was all set to short this one right around here, 986. But let's see. Meanwhile, Yum C with the market, guys. So you got to be so aware what the market's doing, okay? But Yum C, another, wow. Well, I mean, look at this. I mean, if it takes this out right here, this is not an earnings play. It's just China. China stocks are starting to drop again. Oh, FUTU. Hopefully some of you got this one. Right there, look at that. FUTU, 3063, 2830 now. Just had to worry about that little jog up, but after that, look at this, straight down. Even the Fossil's good, you know, from 1060 to 995. The quadruple S, 921, 903, takes out 9. I mean, look out. I mean, this has got room, $8. $8 is the next area of support, maybe, on the monthly chart. Billy, 2179. So this is actually interesting. This did not drop that much. And this one I have no idea about. I mean, this is a crazy one. TIG. The Queb has been choppy. I mean, look, the Agri from the 10-day daily breakout was awesome. I mean, 251, what did it get up to? Got up to 350. So, I mean, that is $1 on that one. JBGS, what the heck is this thing? And this one, CEAD. Some of these I'm just not even familiar with. This could be interesting. I mean, it's 6.8 million in the float. CEAD. Look at the room it's got. Next high is 316 on the daily chart. What did it get up to today? 276. Then the wave at 770. Nothing really happening there. And then the seed, 1029. Nothing really happening here on the 10-day daily breakouts. A couple of good ones, but certainly not. The Agri's coming back. I'm not in it anymore. A solid breakthrough 350 though could get me back in it. So I'm just have to set an alert up here. Well, that's a pretty big pullback on a percentage basis from 350 down to 3. So, but I will set an alert again right over that 50-cent level and see if it takes it out later on. Oh, it's hard. I mean, I like this CPNG. If the market were doing this, this be a nice little bounce play. But I just have my doubts that you're going to get a big bounce out of it. CPNG. It's from Zach Scan, but Keep an eye on the NTRA. I have an alert. I think I have an alert. So yeah, I have an alert set at the high of yesterday. See if it takes that out. Anybody know? They said somebody mentioned that they were going to have a conference. Has that already taken effect, or is it still upcoming? Oh, it's 7 in the morning. Oh, this morning. Oh, okay. Well, so that's so it's already happened. Well, I mean, I guess it. I mean, obviously it helped somewhat, 18%. I'd be definitely. I mean, if it takes out yesterday's high, though, we all know then. I mean, it's got a massive amount of room here. All right. I guess I'm just gonna have to forget about the fossil for a while. Thank you, Casa. Oh boy, these are just picking up steam now, guys. These China stocks, PDD, FUTU, picking up steam on the way down. Yeah, NTRA is starting to go. I do have this thumbnail, so I am watching it. There's that high right there. I mean, 44.86 is today's high, and again, yesterday's high was again 45.53. Takes that out. Of course, needs volume. I mean, yesterday's volume was over 40 million. We're at 8 million now. Still abnormal for it, but you know, pales in comparison to yesterday's volume. No, no way to get level 2 in trade ideas. No, and we'll never have it. Okay, I mean, you know you can get it from your broker, but we don't have level 2. There was a question in our YouTube room. Just tracking the market, guys. So many stocks are just tracking the market. Oh man, I mean, this is just real. There's the ASAN also. ASAN just making a new low. Not a pre-market low. So you know, the pre-market low was down here around 35, 34. Earnings play just getting crushed. No, Fossil actually was a good bounce. I kept waiting to see if it got back into the 980s. I was definitely going to short this one, but held off. But the thing is, 132, you need your broker, you know, to, well, okay, I guess if you're using IB or B plus, I guess if you're using B plus, See, I don't use B plus. Okay, I actually trade from within IB. So consequently, I get all that data from IB. Okay, guys. So this has been kind of meandering its way down here like a snake's SSSS. Now it's down below the earnings play. It is down below 9. Reminds me a little bit, unfortunately, of the fossil though. It's got room. I mean, it's got room to the 8 level. You look at that monthly chart. It's got room to the 8 level. Got to check that high out 44.86. I know Zach is short a small portion. Yeah, NTRA. You were short NTRA. You said you started a small position, starter position with NTRA. I'm actually more interested in looking long if it takes this out, but you're in a small. That's what you said, I think. Well, SSSS, you are now underneath. Yeah, you're now underneath 10. Yeah, well, and considering I don't use level 2 also, but that's beside the point. There are people that use level 2, but yeah, I don't see how we could. We're a scanner. I don't see how we're going to supply. I suppose in brokerage plus, in theory, we could, but I'll tell you right now that the powers that be at Trade Ideas do not believe in level 2 either. So there is that. Man, oh man, on this ASAN, I thought about doing it, but wow, I mean, ASAN is just absolutely getting destroyed here. Yeah, I mean, what to just put an end to it. Level two. I mean, listen, it used to be used a lot. I used to use it many moons ago. Okay, but too many games being played. Big bids being put in, big asks being put in, then they get yanked. So I never found an effective way to use it. That doesn't mean there is not an effective way to use it. I know Zach seems to use it, but for me, it was just too. It was just more things to not worry about, but distraction. I think for me, it just became a big distraction. Sort of the theory TRD, or even high, but just put them in like for seconds. Give people the illusion. Look at all the buying coming in, and then they yank it. Okay, or look at all the selling coming in, and then they yank it. So to me, it was just a distraction. So I just don't even pay attention to it. But my whole theory, my premise is that if you can find a way to use anything, I'm not a big indicator guy. People ask me, why don't you use MACD? Why don't you use this? Why don't you use stochastic? I haven't found a way to use it effectively. And they say, well, yeah, but all you have to do is this. My point is that because I don't do something, that's not to say you shouldn't, or a person shouldn't. I don't make any pronouncements like that because I don't do it, therefore you shouldn't. No. If something is working for you, great, keep doing it. I hope people took profit on the CSIQ. Really interested in this NTRA, guys, taking out these highs. Especially that high of yesterday, 45.53. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing I'm doing, okay? But that is to me, that's a real key one. Well, I use time in sales just to see how rapidly a stock is trading, okay? I mean, that's I don't want to say. I want to see if I want to get into something. I want to see like, okay, the last price was at 11.15, and now there's a gap. Next sale is at 11.20. Obviously, most of the things, of course, I'm looking at have high relative volume, lots of volume, so that's not usually an issue. But so I will use time and sales, but I disregard all this on the other side. That's all. And there's Shady talking about, yeah, 1 cent spreads. Level two can work, yeah, but the universe of stocks is small, must be very high volume, and 1 cent spreads, stocks under 10. So, yeah, I mean, you probably, when you narrow it down like that, yeah, I guess it could work. But anyway, I mean, I just don't, I don't worry about it anymore. Worry is the wrong word. I don't concern myself with it anymore. Okay. Well, Randor. The question was, how did I see CPNG and FUTU and Fossil? Okay. Well, one of them is the breaking down on volume. Okay. So I'm gonna give you, because it's sort of irrelevant right now for today, but you can follow this tomorrow. I mean, I can show you what happened today, but So if you go to my home page, all right, go to my home page and then go to the scan section, click here. So the ones that you can see CPNG right there at, the time was at 9:32, 1933. FUTU, it actually appeared earlier than that in this scan, okay? At 3063 at 931. So it's sort of a combination, okay? But you can see it also appeared in this scan here. Okay, guys, shoot, I got to get, too much is happening. So anyway, you can take a look at the 10-day daily breakdown and you can take a look at the breaking down on volume. You know, that's where those showed up. And so you can look at this tomorrow. You know, you'll get some really dynamic movers in those two scans as an example, okay? So fossil showed up at in the breaking down, in the 10-day daily breakdown at 1060. At the time was 943. Okay, there was the price. It may have showed up earlier. See if it even showed up in the other one. Yeah, so it was later on this one, okay? And if you're asking, well, why would it be later? The reason is, you know, there are some filters in here, and so, you know, a stock will not show up unless all the filter values are met. In this particular one, you know, the filter values were met earlier. So, and then you asked about, so that covers those. But you can have them. And then tomorrow you can follow them. This is an active trading. This is active trading. See on the upside. Now this is the don't repeat. Okay, so this is the first time the alert happened, and after that I won't see it over and over and over again. So for instance, in this scan, the first time it showed up at 29.55, at 10:08. Okay, that's the only time I'm going to see it here because I've got the don't repeat. And why I do this is that just for like a question that you just asked, where was the first time? So instead of my having to scroll down, trying to figure out, well, when did FUTU show up? I always like to have these side by side because sometimes I may see one here and I wonder, well, did it really move from here? So there may be still time to get it. Things like that. Okay? But that is an active trading. That is an active scanner. I mean, this also showed up. I mean, Futu was showing up early. I mean, this is also on the gap down and go at 29.55. Gap down and go. You can see, and again, this is a don't repeat version. The thing is that FUTU was showing up, you know, if you do any sort of pre-market work, you would have known that FUTU was showing up here. Okay? So it showed up here early, and so we knew about this one, you know, without even seeing any other scans. We knew that a lot of China stocks, you know, the market had gapped down, and a lot of the China stocks, other than that little jog here, which corresponds to that little green candle on the SPY, China stocks were just kept moving down, along with a lot of other stocks, of course. Yikes! You see, that's where I got distracted. I should be in this one again, but that's okay. And I'm talking about the agri. Keep an eye on NTRA, guys. It takes out that, again, it takes out that high of yesterday. This could have some rippage in it. Seriously. There's that high of yesterday. 45.53. No, that's okay, Randor. That's okay. All right, what is happening here? Wow, the NTRA guys, NTRA is getting closer and closer. And here goes seed, guys. Seed, yeah, it took out yesterday's high, no problem. About $1 ago. Now, you look left, what do you see? 1170 looks like the next high. Yeah, because we're at 1098 now. On the month, the next high is 1097, so you know it's at that area. So the next potential area would be 1170. Let's make sure on that. That's the same on the weekly. Actually, the high here on the weekly is 14 something. Yeah, 1170. Okay, so 1170 is the next high looking left for seed. Yeah, Y10 and seed used to trade almost in tandem. Y10 and seed. What about the age? Was it AGRY? AGRY? No. No, maybe it is the AGRI. No. Yeah, it is. Agriforce, growing systems. Okay. So yeah, right sector, guys. Right sector, seed, Y10, and agri. Right now. All right, guys, give me a moment. Also, Randor, I mean, I'm just noticing here, Fossil was in the basic new lows. I mean, just simple basic new lows. CPNG, basic new lows. FUTU did not show up here. Obviously, some filters weren't met, but you know, just basic new lows. Oh, lost sight of TSLA. That was. Oh no, you're not talking Tesla. TLSA, right? That was earlier this. Oh, maybe we're talking Tesla. Oh, straight down. My goodness, I got to start reading. Yeah, straight down. You're right. Straight down. More China, guys. More China. Now we're talking solar. So again, the CSIQ. I hope nobody just kept holding this. Okay, in this sort of a market. I mean, this is an awesome trade of the week. Awesome. Okay, 33.18 on the trigger. Got up to almost $38. So it's an awesome trade of the week. But you've got to trade these sometimes. I mean, you know, this is a solar play. And right now, the solar stocks, take a look at the ETF for solar. My guess, yeah, I mean, look at this. So the solar stocks are getting beaten up. Whoa, Agri. Doggone it. Oh, well. So, I mean, this is news related, all right? Agri is news related, and plus it's in the right sector. I mean, you know, the agricultural, well, whatever you want to call them, the seed stocks, I mean, you know, it's the right sector. You know, these are trading on their own. I mean, look at the market, what the market's doing, and look what these stocks are doing. You know, I know you want to get short this NTRA's Act, but boy, it reminds me so much of yesterday when you were talking about that 36 level, taking up that 36 level, and that exploded it. I mean, I have the same feeling if it can do it. You know, getting up over that high of yesterday, the 45.53, had the same feeling. And I know you want to get short this. All right, guys, it is 11:30, so in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. And Jamie, I'm going to confirm, Jamie should be in a YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Um, I haven't gone over B plus too much today. He's definitely a big user of B plus, Brokers Plus, and I believe he trades using his E-Trade account. So if you have questions about using B plus, it doesn't have to, you don't, even if you don't have an E-Trade account, it doesn't matter, but I know he has one. Well, MQ, guys, MQ was an earnings, well, it wasn't, it is still an earnings play. Look at this. I mean, after hours, released earnings after hours, MQ. If you see this on the 15-minute chart, this is the reaction after hours, got up to 13 something or other. The MOB area, that's our after hours. Here's the pre-market. I mean, not terrible. Didn't hold the highs, but not terrible. Market opens and just gives it up, and now we've gone negative. Somebody asked me about my opinion of it. I had no opinion other than the fact that it was really starting to slide. Well, maybe now it fades every day, but you know, certainly wasn't doing that in these days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight days up, and even this day, you know, at one point it was higher. But I mean, like a lot of the energy stocks, they started falling. So it depends what your definition of every day is, I guess. Guys, you know, I mean, NTRA. That's the last I'm going to say. Okay, you guys make up your mind what you're going to do with it. That's the last I'm going to talk about it, unless it goes to 50 or something. Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously, if it were entirely random, like 100% random, be no way. I mean, you could guess and make money, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's like playing blackjack. You know, I mean, if you know, I'm sure most people know about blackjack, but you know, if you vary your bets, if you can get away with it, card counting. But I mean, if you can vary your bets when the odds are more in your favor, and that's all we're doing with Trade Ideas or any scanning tool. We're just trying to put the odds in our favor. Doesn't mean it's going to be nothing is 100%. But as you know, otherwise, I just say, well, buy this right now. You know, buy this right now or short this right now. To me, there has to be a bit of a reason to do it. It can't be just 100% random. Boy, it's funny, is well, not funny, but I mean, look at NTR. Okay, I know I said I wouldn't say anything, but it's just fascinating to me that it came probably within, let's see, 45, 41. So within 12 cents of yesterday's high, and it stopped. Okay, guys, I just want to confirm about Jamie being in the room, taking over for me at noon. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Does anybody use charts without pre-market data? I'm sure there are some. You can turn the pre-market data off in our charts. Usually it's an option. Um, I think if you polled the room, some will say 2%, maybe 1.5%, 3% of your account, something like that. Something like that. Yeah, of course I don't trade 100% of my account every trade. Of course not. No. You probably get people saying they trade, 2%, 3%, 1.5%. William is 132.1792%. Always a joker. But I think that is a rule of thumb in that range, maybe. Yeah, I'm more about as Real says about risking the same amount per trade. How much am I willing to lose on a trade? Be it $100, 200, 300, but about the same amount every single trade. But that amount, of course, is going to be dictated by your account size to a certain, well, not to a certain extent. And obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So it's, to me, that is what I go by more. I don't even really think about the percent anymore. It is Jamie today. Yes, it is Jamie today in our YouTube room. So again, if you have a lot of questions about using Brokers Plus, he's your man. He uses it. I think he uses. I'm pretty sure he uses it exclusively now. No, here's finally a new one showing up. BGS. BGS is showing up. B&G Foods. B&G Foods showing up. When I say showing up, it's showing up in the breaking down in volume. Obviously, some filter was not met until it happened right here. I can't remember what filter I'm using. Probably 3 as a minimum relative volume. Let's just see. 2. Well, there's your 4 guys for Agri. Well, briefly anyway. And guys, use price alerts. Use price alerts. So simple to do. If you're not using their price alerts that we've got, the window, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. Just click on New and then Price Alerts window. When you do that, if you've never used it before, this will be blank. Okay? And that's all I'm doing with the NTRA. I just have a price alert set at that level. You can see it probably down here. Okay? And I minimize the window. And if it hits, it's going to pop up on my screen just like you saw that other one. So I minimize the window so I don't have to take up any screen space. I put a sound alert on it also. So I can't, if I have a headless I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer, but I'll hear that sound. I'll know exactly what my sound alert sound is, my price alert sound is. And so I cannot miss it. So that means you don't have to keep staring at a chart. Well, I don't expect anything, Randor. Okay? The question is, am I expecting NTRA to reverse at some point today, or do you expect it to keep going up? I don't expect anything. All I'm doing is I'm just saying if it takes out the high of yesterday, there's a good shot that it could keep going. That's all. I don't expect it to take out the high. I have no idea if it will. Okay? But if it does, I want to know about it. That's all. There is. I mean, here's the SPY right now, and the relative volume is only 1. Okay, well, relative strength. Well, here's the stock composite rating. I'm not sure about that. Okay, Jordan. I mean, the SPY. I mean, relative strength right now. Yeah, I don't know if there's something like relative strength for the SPY. I mean, I just track it here. I mean, it's just weakening, weakening, weakening. So maybe Jamie might know. He'll be there in 15 minutes. He might have a better answer than that. Okay. Ah, man, agri. Oh. I mean, look at the solar sky. You know, skies. As long as powerful as they were, I mean, look at this downtrend in the solars. Ah, ACMR, another one. Man, there's so much happening. ACMR gave up that 60. And another seed, RKDA. I think that's another seed. Yeah, another one, Arcadia. So the seeds are powerful today, or broadly the agricultural. Meanwhile, agri. Oh wow. Oh well. So now again, the next high looking left is way up here on the monthly chart, 723. That's probably the same on the weekly chart. 723. Yeah. So these two highs correspond. So I mean, in theory, it's still got room. I mean, it's super extended now, but where it's going. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back and just waiting for. Yeah, it's only 11:48, so I'm jumping ahead of myself. Portillo's PTLO did not see this in the pre-market at all. This is an earnings play, and it is moving down, almost an all-time low. Boy, watch this one tomorrow. I mean, if it takes out the all-time low today, which looks like it is 2138. Okay, what's going to hold it? You know, I mean, it could just easily continue down tomorrow. Well, what to say about Agri? So many places that Agri was right here at 10 o'clock, 253. Slightly earlier in the 10-day daily breakout at 251. So this is actually just about the same, 253, 251. And that was a matter really of, okay, it had news. Whether you think the news is great or not, it doesn't really matter. It had news. So there was a pop, pre-market. We knew about it. And then right sector. You know, the seeds, whatever we want to call it, I'm going to call it the seed sector. And what also helps, of course, is the fact that it's a it's a pretty low float, 11.5 million in the float, so it's a pretty low float. Huge relative volume, of course. It's turned the float over many times. Look at Fossil now. Sugar, I just missed it. I just missed it. Boy, that just... I just put my order short in at 978, and it just immediately just dropped. I'm not going to chase it. I would probably keep an eye on it, but I'm going to be taking my break in about 8 minutes, so I don't want to get into a trade. But, wow. So again, initial alert, 943 at 1060. Now you could have, looked at it in the pre-market. There was the opening candle going from 12 to 1050. Too early for me. I know why you're saying that, Pavlin. I know exactly why you're saying that. You stole my thunder, but I know why you're saying that. What is the float for this one, this RKDA? 21 million. So, it's certainly low. Not crazy low, but it is low. CGA did get halted. CGA just got halted. Another fertilizer. Maybe I have to call it the fertilizer market. Got halted, and no big clue where it's going to open. It says 1160, 1171. What's the float? Another low float situation. So even though this is a China stock, right sector, right sector. Today it's this fertilizer agricultural sector. That is what is hot today. Okay, market's trying to put in a mini recovery here. Mini. This has another 6 minutes to close this candle here. So put in a green bar, a very small green bar, another small green bar. Obviously incredibly bullish if it can take out all this at some point. You know, getting up to what, I'll stick an alert up there. 424. Incredibly bullish for the day. SanW. Okay, let's take a look at SanW. Another seed company. Soil preparation, planting, and cultivating. And there's seed. I wonder where these guys are. I mean, I live in Vancouver, so I wonder where they are. Headquartered in Vancouver. Pay them a visit. see what's going on. Find out it's just a post office box. Yeah, so it is a good idea to pay attention to the other ones too, because eventually there will be some selling on the agri, and what will happen is that, you know, people who didn't get into this will be looking for another one, maybe a little cheaper, maybe that has not broken out quite as much. And that's just the way it works. Look at the volume in this SanW. Now, you know, it's not a crazy low float. All right, guys, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Oops. Okay, and here is the YouTube link. Again, just waiting for Jamie to show up. And I think Jamie is there. I think I just see a little post. Jamie, there you are. Thank you. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop my streaming right now. Have a fun hour. There you are. Thank you. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop my streaming right now. Have a fun hour. There you I'll stop my streaming right now. Have a fun
you also have a fun hour, Barry. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, everybody can see and hear me okay. I'm Jamie. I'll be your host for the next hour. And of course, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So anything TI related, if you have a question, just use that questions panel to get it out there. I'll do my best to answer it for you. Decent little crowd in here, so if somebody could give me a little heads up, shout out and say, yes, I can hear and see you okay, much appreciated. Okay, I just got a disconnect and a reconnect over here, so hopefully I'm still with you guys. So TRD, am I still good? Little glitch in the system there. I've never seen that disconnect message before. Okay, thank you, Jordan. TRD, I'm good. Hopefully you're good as well. Thank you, Jordan. Okay, perfect. Don't know what that was, but crisis avoided. All right, so thank you, Perimal. Hello, Mike. So, still a little red today as we just kind of vacillate in this area here on the SPY. Let me get my pen up here. There we go. Whoops. So kind of thought we were going to go test this area yesterday, but found a little purchase in there and just kind of cycling back up here. Well, we took the run up yesterday. Excuse me, my eyes are playing tricks on me there. Day before yesterday, got that little bounce, but look what we have right here. The 10 came in and said, nope, not today. And so here we are, just kind of waiting for something to happen. Maybe a little sideways consolidation through here. Today being Thursday, and we'll see what happens. Hey, Bill. And yes, Barry is here all day, every day, and does it well. All right, so new version out there, which is giving us extended pre-market and post-market, as you can see from, where's my timestamp there? Yep, 3 o'clock my time, which is 4 o'clock Eastern, since I'm on Central Time. New extended market hours for pre-market. And you can get that latest build from the website. Holly started off with a bang today. It's kind of given a little bit back. Where's that NTRA? Yeah, this little guy right here. Not a bad mover. Nice little spike on the initial entry. Little pullback, but then here we are, just sitting just short of daily highs. BHP. Of course, no surprise there. Oil and gas have been on fire as of late with all of the unfolding drama. The whole Russia-Ukraine thing. These two little windows right here still showing me some very good movers on any given day. And once again, these are my previous days, what I like to refer to as rippers, things that were very active prior day, and we make a custom list at the end of the day and watch those things again for tomorrow. Yeah, Agriforce Growing Systems, what a beautiful setup. Coming off that pre-market range right there. Boy, it really doesn't get any prettier than what you're seeing right here as far as using that pre-market range to act as an entry point. when it's violated to the upside or the downside. Beautiful little opportunity right there around the 235 area. What do we peak out at here? Just a little over $5.04. So anything dealing lately with oil, gas, extraction, also commodities, commodities are just going through the roof. Everybody remembers, how long ago was it? Wood futures were just going crazy. A 2x4 that used to cost $2 was going for 10. And it seems like that trend is only continuing. Wheat had a good run, but has pulled back since. Copper, palladium, all those things. Rare earth elements. Well, Mike, kind of sounds like the random walk on Wall Street theory or the dart throwing theory. Sure. Long as he makes money, you have to consider giving him a bonus on that allowance or take it away. All right, you guys are kind of quiet in the questions panel. So if you do have a question, get it on out there. Well, hey, do your best, Perfect. Not saying that I'll be able to answer everything, but I'll give it a whack. TIG, obviously an earnings call. Quite the red bar there on the daily. A little bit of a gap down and then poof. Well, Todd, welcome. I cannot find the gappers. Well, let me show you an easy little trick here. Now, I could just come over here to the pre-market channel and click on it, but if I did that here, it would get rid of my current layout. So to avoid that, I'm just going to spawn a new docked channel bar. And then I'll click on pre-market. And what you're going to see right here in these two top lists, we got up gappers, we got down gappers. Now, of course, these windows are currently inside of this container. But if you'd like to capture these windows and save them to your cloud so that you can insert them into your own custom layout, all we have to do when we're in a docked container window is simply right-click and say duplicate those into free-floating windows. All right, so I've extracted those two windows. Oops. I can go ahead and kill this container if that's what I want to do. And now I've got the gappers, the down gappers, and the up gappers. And just to reiterate here, the gap is just that. It's simply the difference between prior close. So ENSV, there's our last closing candle of the regular session. And where did we open here? 396. So pretty much right at the base of that candle right there. So here's where we closed prior day. We opened right about here. And the difference between here and here is the gap. And for any people out there that might be new to gaps, these gap metrics don't change, right? It's simply marking the difference between prior close and next open, and therein lies the gap. So Todd, if you follow that little process I just showed you, once you get these windows popped out, you can easily just right-click and save these windows to your cloud, like so. And that way you can pull them up anytime you want. Let's say we wanted to incorporate these into this layout. I would simply park them wherever I wanted to, and then I could come over here and save my default layout, which is right here. That's the one that's going to open up every time you open the software up. And of course, the old school save and load is going to deal directly with your hard drive, but you can also save your layout to the cloud as well. Let me know if I need to repeat any of that process. All right, Dale, see your question there. Do you have any way to monitor overnight volume? Well, outside of the regular session, we have the pre-market area, which, we can monitor all metrics within this pre-market area here that you see on the shaded part of the chart. On the other side, we can do post-market. So extended hours in the post right here, all the way to extended hours of the pre. Now, of course, you're going to see we stop right here, and then we don't pick back up till here. So there is a little bit of coverage that we do not have. But as far as the pre and the post, we can do that. But obviously not in the hours. Let's see here. That'd be, well, if we subtract 12 from there, that's 7. That'd be 8 Eastern. And then we've got about 8 hours of non-coverage in there. So that's really the only missing link between 24-hour markets, which, there's a lot of debate out there, but I personally believe that that's where even the U.S. equity markets are headed over time, is a 24-hour marketplace. Makes a lot of sense for everybody involved. Of course, you're going to have heated debate on either side of the fence. But that is the nature of change. All right, I see your question there regarding a bug in the sim where it takes a short position. You mean if you were already had a long position on there, or is that closing out a long position, Aya? Because I remember something like that. All right, Circle. So how would you get an alert on a sector heating up instead of just watching a top list? And Aya, have you seen that bug recently? And you've seen it in 0.69. I guess the question would be, have you seen it in the latest available download, which is 0.69? Good question there, Perfect, because the funny thing is not only do I typically throw my opening compare counts out to Twitter in the morning, but I've been doing the sector compare counts as well. But I've been switching versions so much here lately that I typically have this pop up with my default layout, so I don't have to load it up every morning. That way, after the first 15 minutes and I look at my large cap compare counts, which are just this window right here, give me an idea of where the market might be headed in the short or the long term on an intraday basis. But I also consult all of these, which are the compare counts attached to the components in the top list. Unfortunately, this morning, I had saved my layout without this window present, and I didn't realize it until 15 minutes in. I went to find it and was like, okay, layout adjustment there. Since that point in time, I have resaved it. But this is a great way to do, assuming I'm understanding your question there. After the first 15 minutes, we use the compare counts for the sectors to see, is there any significant buying or selling bias? And typically anything that would be showing me over 60% buying or selling after that first 15 minutes, well, I would pay attention not only to the ETF for that sector, potentially play it if it looks good, but also pull up all the components. And if that sector is running, it's always a good idea to click on the Similar tab, and a lot of the times you can pick up some laggers that haven't really moved with the sector as of yet. So I'll tell you what I'll do, in case anybody wants to start watching this. I'll just pop the link into the chat here. Sectors with compare counts. We'll just knock that guy out for now. Chandra, yes. How do I use the racing cars? Is this part of the basic package? Yep. And you can see I've got a little race running right here. Increasing relative volume of winners since the open, just showing us things with increasing relative volume. Got to say, we've Sean and Steve and Andy have been hosting a Spaces on Twitter every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern, hour before the close. Steve was all over this one yesterday during the Spaces talk, RKDA. And of course, you can see how it just kind of flattened out yesterday, didn't do a whole lot in the post. A nice little pre-market range today, and then boom, as soon as we hit this level, off to the races. Hats off to Steve for that call. Just up a measly 62%. But what a great move there. This stock was also all over the 3 to 4 races that I watch on a daily basis, this being one of them. Another one would be this one right here. Winners since the open. In other words, things that have moved the most since the open. I've had to restart and reinstall a couple of different versions today, and I lost my full count here. But what you'll notice over here on the side margins, every time a race completes, just like these two did, it chalks up the winner over here. And of course, if KALA, or RKDA wins another race, we'll see the 1 go to a 2, so forth and so on. So you're only limited by your imagination as far as the different types of races that you can come up with. And it's not a magic formula by any means, just like really no alert window or top list is in the trading sphere. But things doing the things that you have an interest in, stocks doing the things that you have an interest in, putting them in a race format, which is using the top list. But for example, let's see, a race that's not running currently. Let's say I wanted to watch a race. We got change from open to the upside, but if I right click on this top list over here, which is change from the open negative, which is what TIG is at the top of the list right now, Fossil. Let's see, that was earnings related as well, but these are the ones that are down the most since the open. So if I wanted to run a race for this window, I'd simply right click, launch real-time stock race. This is where you set up your race. How many cars or lanes would you like to see in there? We're going to base it on change from open, and then we can pick our sort level. We'll just sort by price on this one. We have to adjust our minutes, okay? On the open, it's very interesting watching 1 minute races because it's showing you the things that are jumping immediately. A lot of the times the things that are jumping immediately continue to jump. But for this example, let's just put it on 3 for now. And we'll just see if anything interesting comes out of here. So the racing format, if we're using change from the open, well, it's easy for us to just look and see which ones are up the most, or excuse me, down the most. But when we take this column and put it into a format as we see here, we can see the ones that are still moving down the most in that shortened time span. So what are the races? It's a way to revisualize top list data in a real-time format and produce a list of stocks for us to take a look at. And then if we like what's going on with the pattern, we might take a stab at it. I just pulled up AVLR at random here. Looks like it bottomed out around 85.90ish. Has taken a nice little leg up. A little too late, but I do like, I'd feel chasey buying it here, but I do like what's happening. After we saw a couple of green bars put in here, and we see this little doji, for example, on the 15, that's typically a good sign that, perhaps a bottom has been found. Of course, we would want to back that up with where we are in the daily. Of course, not a lot to transcribe there. But as you can see, all the way back here, now we're finding what appears to be a little support. Day before yesterday, wicked back up, got a little frisky back down here. So AVLR might work on the intraday, might get a little traction here. Like I said, I would have liked to have found this one a little bit earlier, but if we close above this 10 period here, it might have some more upside in it. If you want to swing this thing, risk is clearly definable by what we see over here on the daily. So back to you, Chandra. The best way to start getting utility out of the races is just to come up with things that interest you, whether that be, intraday. Obviously, intraday is what we'd be focusing on here. But what are the stocks doing intraday? Are they experiencing high relative volume? Are they moving a lot in a small amount of time, like our change filters? Only show me stocks that are moving up X amount in a certain time period, whether that be 5, 10, or 15 minutes, or stocks moving down. Okay, I will notate that, and if you're still seeing it, you may want to report it as well. That way, we've got an actual user documenting this as well. And I believe you're probably familiar with the routine about sending that to info@trade-ideas.com. All right, Jordan, see your relative strength comment there. Well, if we go to the filter list here and we do the old search, when I type in relative, of course we're going to get relative volume, right? But we don't have a relative strength filter. But we can display that on our chart down here. This little pink line on my daily is relative strength. Of course, we can right click and go to our indicators and just find relative strength down here, and you can add that. RSI shown down here. Speaking of relative strength, the old strength alerts, which come out every Monday as well. And the name says it all. A lot of these are going to have high relative, check out the relative strength, typically trending up. Stocks are looking strong from a technical perspective. So in other words, stocks that are holding up in a down market, strength equals relative strength. Mike, I was slinging some stuff around earlier, but it was just micro shares on testing, so I haven't really, with these new builds coming out and the new functionality that's been tested, didn't really have a productive morning this morning. Dukester, is Holly working today? Yep, she showed up. And let me just show you the equity curve that has transpired thus far today. If I can find my window here. There we go. Okay. So Holly did show up to work today. You can see these are all the trades that have been produced thus far. These are the strategies that she showed up with. So you can see over here, got off to a little profitable start, but then things went south pretty quick. That's in conservative mode. In moderate, same thing. Got a little profitable, took a big drawdown, and now is pecking at profitability again. If we're just buying and holding everything and hoping for the best and aggressive, looks very similar to moderate as well. So kind of a slippery day for the AI. But we can see across the different risk modes, conservative, moderate, and aggressive. And by the way, well, I thought I had these changed to 100 shares, but it looks like it reverted back to, I'm going to guess at $100. Yeah, risk based on stop loss of $100. So all the values that you're seeing right here on the trade blotter are based around risking $100 per trade and then letting the system, depending on the stop loss for each trade, size you up accordingly. So yeah, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AI trades today. So just curious, Dukester, are you not seeing, is your strategy trades window blank, or you're not getting any data there? Yes, you can do that, Chandra. Since the races are tied to a top list, right? We can point a top list to a custom window, just by popping into configure, finding our symbol list. And once we create a list, it shows up here. I don't know why mine are blank for now. But let's say we created a list and it's not showing up here. The first time we create a new list, it won't be over here. We have to hit the Add Existing List button. Let's say this is the one I just created. I click it, it shows up here. I can easily now say only the following list, check that box. Then the top list is only going to show you the stocks in that list, and you can certainly execute a race from that top list once you get it pointed to a custom list. No problem, Jordan. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Dukester. Fighting fires and watching anything would be a challenge, to say the least. Okay, I must not have had this one on auto start. So we have the ability here to auto rerun, which is typically the way I do things. These guys just keep on trucking. Now we can see our KDA taking its little pullback, just short of the 10 period there. And we'll kick this guy over here so I can see these windows. But what I'm going to do here is just kind of circle back around on some of these movers here. SFIX, not bad, doing what we hoped it would from that pre-market range. Did throw a little bit of a wiggle in there. But just keep in mind on these stocks, if we're looking at getting long when we're breaking the pre-market range, typically my out, if I'm wrong, is going to be the bottom of the pre-market range. So even though this stock is doing the thing that I like it to do, risk to reward, and we get a little bit bigger reward area than risk, but typically like to see them a little juicier. Really like the NTRA trade because it was a Holly trade. Right about the same time, it was breaking out of the pre-market range up here. This guy was a little spready. Sometimes it had a point spread in it. Let's see if it's calmed down at all. Yep, 45.84 and 45.75. But yeah, this guy was opening up to a point wide earlier in the session during these two little candles right here. Got a bit spready. All right, here we see kind of the exact opposite hanging out or happening. Of course, there always has to be kind of a rogue candle in there. It would have been a lot better if that wick wasn't attached. We would have, seen it a little bit earlier, but if we play by the rules and use the wick of that first candle in the pre-market, look what's happening. We're breaking down below it and cruising lower for the time being. What a daily on this guy. And if the selling continues and we do have decent relative volume of 10, this could be a stopping point right here. It may edge down a little bit more. But that's definitely what we like to see as far as an entry goes. And of course, Endo's been all over everybody's radar for a very long time. This one got frisky in the pre-market, and that's okay. I mean, a range break is a range break. So pre-market action in this one would have been the way to go. Husa have been having some big days as well. Not a lot of sizzle in this one. A little too stretched out on the pre-market as well. Don't have a whole lot of history here since I had to restart. But I tell you what, let's just duplicate this. We'll take a look at some of the earlier plays that were produced. All right, I think I'm caught up on questions. And once again, sorry, Mike, I was a little discombobulated this morning with all I had going on. Let's just take a look at some of the things that were produced during my time of discombobulation. Just waiting for the history to load up here. I was watching this one this morning, and it just had to be a little bit nasty. It broke the pre-market range down here, snapped back up, threw a few wiggles. Notice we barely peaked above it, and then boom, everybody got punished really good. But once again, if you're using the lower end of the pre-market range, it was close, but no cigar. But had to sit a little bit of pain there, right? But this one is working now. Just took a little bit of time. GRNA, not really any pre-market activity to speak of there. CTIC, not bad. Nice little break at the 449 level, topping out around 477. Not a huge move, but a decent percentage mover. What do I think is going to happen with the market this year between the war and inflation? Stagflation looks like a possibility in Europe. Well, yeah, and I mean, this is all cumulative, right? Everything from the beginning of the COVID thing to the printing of all the money, which, let's remember what the economists were saying that, oh, yeah, don't worry about inflation. It's transitory. Well, can't really remember a period in time since I've been alive where something gets more expensive only to become less expensive in the long term. Now, we've seen gas fluctuate, but that's all dependent upon the petro game that everybody's playing, right? not too long ago, I remember seeing when I was visiting, when I lived out in Cali and came to Texas, I mean, we had pretty close to $1 a gallon gas. Well, not the case anymore. All the money printing, all the COVID, all the shutting down of our infrastructure to import oil from Canada, mainly the Keystone Pipeline, which was shut down as soon as the new administration took office. So there's a lot of things going on out there that lead me to believe that the inflation has just started. But as far as the market goes, you know, you always hear the saying, the market is not the economy, and vice versa. Um, you know, it's all about interest rates at this point in time. Um, Speaking of, I guess everybody saw the Amazon news yesterday, assuming it wasn't fake, about the split, which stock splits have not been around for a very long time. Why am I talking about stock splits? Because back in the early 2000s, before the internet bubble went poof, what happened? Well, that was when Greenspan was still chairman of the Fed, and they started slowly ratcheting up interest rates. Well, that hasn't started yet, but there's a lot of talk about it. So until we start to see interest rates ratchet up, well, you know, speaking of all the uncertainty right now, let's just zoom out on the SPY real quick here. From a technical perspective, you know, hey, it looks like we're just cycling down, spend a little bit more time here and, you know, put in a little bit more time going sideways, we may go retest these highs. But if interest rates start getting ratcheted up, well, that's typically what they do to try to slow things down. That's what led to the reversal of the markets approximately 20 years ago. Is that going to happen just like it happened last time? I don't know. But I have been around long enough to know that everything goes in cycles, right? So the money printing, the oil debacle, COVID, a lot of macro events flopping around out there impacting the markets. But in the end, it's the same old recipe, right? And as long as the money printing is going on and the rates are staying low, well, then we have more of a propensity to continue in the direction that we have been going. In my mind, in my viewpoint, to even start the turn of the market, if we do enter a prolonged bear market, I think we'd have to see interest rates get ratcheted up X amount of times. I don't know how many times, but that would be the catalyst, I think. Oh no. Well, we're going to say continue. Okay, well, boys and girls, since I'm on a developer's version, that is a bug that we've found and isolated and will be fixed. But did I have... Pardon me, will I fire this back up? Well, so much for our races that we had going on there. All right, I think I had a slightly modified... Give me a second here. There we go. Apologies for that. Bugs will happen. There will be bugs. Okay, just catching back up, making sure I know where I am. But yes, back to your point, TRD, I mean, Anybody that goes to the grocery store on a regular basis has been able to easily identify increasing food costs, increasing gas costs. All the staples that we all need are increasing in price. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm getting some flack from another window here. So we're just going to close it. Right, David, 20 for 1, so divide 3,000 by 20, and that'll be the new share price. But getting back to my point, that's another thing that I've noticed. Splits were pretty much non-existent for a very long time now. Now Amazon's going to split. Are we about to see splits be back in vogue again? Because that was what was happening in the dot-com bubble in the early 2000s before we tanked. Everybody was just splitting. Split, 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 split. And it had been going on for quite some time. So we're seeing a lot of the same things occur now that we did back then. One of the missing pieces that is a big piece is interest rates. How will they handle that moving forward? Ah, okay. I see what you're saying there. Yeah, that big window can cause a drain on resources. Well, you know what I would go to? Sector race. Run a race with sectors, right? So let's just do a little experimento here. There we go. Now, apparently this one's just looking at a specific list of these ETFs, but you can create your own ETF list, and this would be a good way to keep your fingers on the pulse of the sectors that might be in play. You get a sector that's winning, this is 10-minute races. I'd probably shorten them a little bit and get, whether you're watching 1-minute races, 2-minute races, 3-minute races, you're just going to get the information faster. But, of course, no magic bullet here. What you would want to do is if you see a sector winning a lot of 1-minute races in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that might be a good play. If you also notice that that sector has a 60% bias on the compare count that's tracking that sector, that could be, okay, point number 2. That sector's winning a lot of races. It's also got heavy compare counts in the direction of the races as well. And it also looks like a decent play on the daily, right? It just bounced off of its 10-period moving average yesterday. It's winning races in the first 10 minutes. And it's got heavy compare count bias in that direction as well. So that's just off the top of my head, but it seems like those would be 3 really good points to focus on if you were trying to figure out what sector might get a jump to the up or the downside. Now I know that's not a single window circle, but that's the way I would do it. If I had to pick one single window, it'd probably be the top list that is running the race, because you can watch the top list and let the race run simultaneously. So it will be interesting to see if more companies follow the lead of Amazon and start splitting their stock. Which leads me to, what is Berkshire Hathaway? PRK.A? I know the A is the, there's Berk, that's pink sheet. Berk B, a lesser one that is more liquid. I can't remember what the original common is. Aha, there we have it. My eyes were playing tricks on me for a minute. $484,000, $484,387.84. Why is it so expensive? Because I do believe they have never split their stock ever. Let's just look at a monthly for giggles here. Yeah, that's not right. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm just not seeing the decimal there. That's 400,000, 500,000. We just can't see the decimal. But yeah, this is what a stock looks like. It has never split. Of course, that was not 100. That was 114,000 down here. Now pushing 500,000. What we might refer to as a cabinet stock. Oh, the one I just had pulled up? Right, that was just the pre-configured list that I pulled from the sector channel. From this guy right here. That was not my custom list. Let me just pull that right back up and we'll take a peek. Spider sectors, which should be in the master list over here. But just because we're showing 10 cars here doesn't mean that that's all the list contains. But I just told it to show 20. It was the sizing issue, which I thought that had been remedied. Okay, now do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that appears to be the list 14 because I'm telling it to show 20. Reason being because those are the main spider ETFs, but we all know there are a ton more ETFs out there that you can point your custom list to. How are we doing on time? Wow, that 50 minutes just kind of evaporated. All right, got about 10 minutes left here before the return of Barry. And we're just kind of slowly chopping around now. The market seems to be taking its nap. Volume very well below average on these smaller time frames. Relative volume settling down below 1. Always good to see. Okay. Yeah, lots of people calling for the doom and gloom, but I mean, hey, looking at this monthly chart on the SPY, it's just a flesh wound thus far. A little pullback. Hopefully, find a little bit of range here. Of course, monthly is going to take a little while to unfold here, but seeing the same thing here. And then ye old daily as well. Wouldn't be surprised. We may go visit this little area down here at the close if things get frisky. If we don't, close up here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little jaunt up to that 10 period again on the morrow. Of course, there's no guarantee. That's just kind of me guessing. But still inside of this candle here over the past 2 days. Oh, these 2 days, obviously not this one. Oh no, look at that stock symbol. IRS. And it is tax season. And no, I have not done my taxes yet. Will I file an extension? Yes, because that's what I always do. Good idea, Circle. Good idea. What do we have? Taking a little pullback on the agriculture, commodities, oil, gas. Micro farming seems to be one of the big trends moving forward, especially in the urban areas where people take big buildings and convert them into, for lack of a better description, farms. A lot of them are doing hydroponic growing up, taking advantage of the whole 3D space instead of just one flat surface. You invest in the IRS every 2 weeks. They invest for you, mean, by taking your money? Yeah, you could call that an investment, along with your social insecurity. A little bit of a thin stock there. Well, obviously the market did not like TIG's earnings. Not looking good for old TIG. Fairly, I don't know how many months that is, but the company hasn't been around that long. Okay, GRNA, looking at the daily, we have a limited amount of days here. So when I see things like this, I always feel compelled to come up here and go, okay, well, let's anchor that VWAP to the first day of trading. And look what we have right here, ladies and gentlemen. down in the dumps for a while. Day before yesterday, we got a nice little close right at that anchored VWAP level, followed by 2 more days of upside. Wish I would have seen that one yesterday. And once again, anchored VWAP, really good for establishing potential levels of support and or resistance when you have a limited amount of days or weeks. How does pizza look for a bounce? Let's take a peek here. Oof. Come on, give it to me. There we go. Well, came down here and bounced off this little area. How many days ago? Yesterday, day before. So not looking too bad there. And we're currently at 95.58. What's the low down here? 93.11. So if you wanted to take that bet, the risk is clearly identifiable. Butting up to this little area back here. It either catches here or it doesn't. 2.5 point risk from this point here. Zoom out a little bit. And we can see the weekly here. This little area back here. Clearly acting as potential support. Let me just see, that was a low of, yeah, if we could just say 92.99, 93.07, 93. So yeah, about a 2.5 point risk there. So you'd want to size accordingly if you did take that trade. Grena. Oh, that was the one we were just looking at there. Yeah, low volume. Only a measly 200,000 shares today. And, you know, a little late. I feel a little chasey playing this one, but just anchoring from that first day of trading. I really like what's going on there with the VWAP. Just a little too late. Good question, TRD. Is the Fed considering making its own digital coin? Man, who knows? Who knows? I think that the governments all over the world would favor a digital currency of some type and get rid of the physical stuff. I mean, everybody's been using debit cards and credit cards for a very long time. Same premise, electronic versus physical. But boy, it seems like cash is going to, I mean, can you imagine them banning cash? It'd be a little hard to comprehend. Not saying it's not possible. It just seems a little crazy. So I really don't know. I would not be surprised to see the Fed or our government or China or anybody else create their own digital currency. Of course, you know, that shouldn't be confused with regular, I guess if there is a term called regular crypto, or, you know, we'd have to look at Bitcoin as the case study, which is, you know, the first blockchain-oriented cryptocurrency that's out there that was produced. So, good question. I mean, there's just too many unknown factors, but it would not surprise me to see governments create their own digital currencies at some point in time. Yeah, they're always trying to regulate it. You know, anything that has caught on like Bitcoin has over the past, well, since it came onto the scene in 2009. Of course, in the beginning days, it was kind of laughable. You know, nobody, you know, to have had a crystal ball back then to see where it would end up. I think a lot of people, including myself, would have just been in disbelief. I mean, I remember back in the older days, everybody had the fantasy of Bitcoin was, oh, what if it gets to $1,000 someday? Well, it did, and it's been up to close to 70,000 thus far. So, you know, things are crazy out there. Anything's possible. Stay agile. Oh yeah, same here, TRD. If you went to close on a big house or something and showed up with a big box of cash, I guess they'd have to take it, but you'd certainly raise a lot of eyebrows. So far on our currency, it still says this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Of course, things change. All right, looks like we're butting up to the top of the hour here. Let me just touch base with Mr. Barry real quick here. All right, just waiting for Barry to show back up. I want to thank you guys for listening to me babble today. Always a pleasure. I am in. Okay, Barry seems to be back, so hope everybody has a great rest of the day, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Big collapse for TCOM, guys. Another big collapse for TCOM. If you're asking me, Joe, I have no idea. Others might want to chime in. I mean, you can probably get 10 different opinions, but I have no idea. But others might have an opinion who follow it a lot more closely. I don't really look at the. Well, typically what happens is, for me, if I were in some of the major stocks that can be affected by a Fed announcement, I wouldn't be in them, as an example, okay? A lot of the stuff that we do, kind of flies under the radar, being like an agri, as an example. I mean, I think an agri doesn't care, as an example, okay? So it all depends what you're in. If something that really kind of tracks the market, like some of the big stocks, I probably wouldn't be in, because you don't know which way it's going to go. My opinion only, of course. But again, most of the stuff that we follow in here, these are stocks that are typically kind of fall under the radar anyway. These are stocks having abnormal days in terms of relative volume and not all, of course, but many. All right, here's an interesting one. This ERJ, this is out of Brazil, I believe. Brazil, yeah, so Brazilian company, kind of linked with, was always kind of linked with Boeing. Anyway, underneath 11 now, underneath 11, and looking left. So there's obviously support down here around 620 or so, but let's take a look. What's the next low looking left on the weekly chart? 1190, and then after that, 1090. 1099, so it's below that, and then the next one is 1049. So it has about 50 cents to the next low. I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. It's trading 3.6 times normal, so there's that. Wow, there's another one. Look at this QFIN, and the next low looking left, 1601. So that's passed, and then after that, 1170 for QFIN. Wow. These are just the breaking down on volume. So here's the list today. Obviously, remember now, these are the stocks that met one time. So these are the number of stocks that met the filter requirements, the alert requirement, compared to the breaking up. These are the only ones today on the breaking up that met the requirements. Obviously, with the market being down the way it is, you would see this full. Almost too many. I almost feel like I want to increase the filter values to not get quite as many. Yeah, so Hill, I can only tell you what I do. I only trade in US dollars. So I created a US dollar account in IB, and I just keep it there. So I don't mess around every day about trading in Canadian or trading in Canadian dollars and converting to US and all that, because I only trade American stocks. So I just have one account, but that's me, just a US dollar account in IB. And I know you're from Toronto. Well, I'm a Canadian like you, so yeah, I just don't want to mess around with the exchange. Well, but I put it in there a while ago, so yeah. It's a cat and mouse. When I want to take money out and convert it into Canadian, of course, I'm always looking at the exchange. But I'm not doing that necessarily on a hugely regular basis. I let the account build up, but anyway, that's just me. I can't obviously speak for anybody else. Here's a gap down in reverse. Sonder Holdings. What the heck did they do? Provides hospitality services, operates and manages. Okay, so okay. Well, Sonder Services, SOND is a gap down and reverse. Actually, was an earnings play. Not very much volume though. ISPO, is it doing its thing yet? Or again, ISPO? Kind of. Kind of. I mean, yeah, we had this crazy, crazy action. It seems like years ago now, but you know what? It was only about 3 weeks ago, February 17th. It seems like years ago. Then the warrant. So the warrant's going crazy. Mm-hmm. Right now it's about 78 cents Canadian dollar to US. COVID, who cares? I'm almost at that point. It's funny, how what else is happening in the world is completely overrun all sorts of COVID talk. I haven't really talked about COVID in, it seems like, quite a while now, which is a nice thing. We're not really in lockdown. We're really not. You know what? I never felt I was in lockdown. I know we're getting way off the topic here. Never felt I was in lockdown. Everything was still open. Yeah, you had to wear a mask here and there, but I never really felt that I couldn't do anything. All right, guys, I'm keeping an eye on this Q fin to see if this wants to continue down. I had a little pull up, a little drop, a little base. I want to see if this wants to continue down. Just because it's got the room. You look at the monthly chart, it's got the room. It's got the room on the weekly. And see, especially if the market if the market puts in another red bar, I think that will probably move this one down, but we'll see. And I'm talking about the QFIN. Earnings play, China stock. Wow, I have a lull in the action. After all day having alerts fire at me left and right, all of a sudden a lull in the action. Well, look what Fossil did, guys. Got right to this 9 level. And I was saying that, that might be the support. Sorry, look at the weekly chart. A little bit of support right there. But you know what? If it crashes through tomorrow, it's an earnings play. Basically it will be almost an all-time low. Okay, guys, another leg down now for, well, not another leg down, but not a low of the day, but a little breakdown here for BEKE. Little break, you can see on the consolidation on the 15, little bit, 30 minutes. A little breakdown, BEKE, another China earnings play. There, okay, there it goes again. You're right. I had a little pop up here, but now another little breakdown. Zach, yeah, and but you know, it just got that little area. It's got to get out of that 15. 1483 is a low there. 1501 is a low there. 1507 is a low there. 1478 is a low there. You know, so it's just got to get through this. In my opinion, anyway. You know, guys, I should have thought of this before. Let's see what we see here. Yeah, the other ones didn't really show up. I was going to say we could pop this out. Yeah, I mean, prefabricated metal buildings for agri. I mean, yeah, you see, it's just not in the right sector. Now, I was thinking we could pop these seed stocks out and follow them. Boy, that one yesterday was a big one, SBFM, and then it just fizzled. So what is it doing? Real saying it's popping. Yeah, so below, but big. I mean, this was a up to $5, closed at 382. A big leg down again. I think it had some news. I can't remember. I think it had some news. Well, I guess QFIN doesn't want to move down quite yet. following the market just a little bit, you know. Got to find the ones that aren't tracking the market so closely. All right, I'm going to try one of your bounce plays here, the YY. It's not an earnings play. The market is putting in a little bit of a green bar. Got the alert at 37.39. As long as this market puts in a little green bar, I'll stay in the trade. Just looking to scalp. That's all I'm doing. Just looking for, you know, just something. I'm not. I mean, this is a very choppy market now. Whoa! Okay, we're right back up here, guys. Now, I'd like to see it take out that those highs here, but yeah, so you're obviously not using a pre. I don't have. Oh, well, I have a cross up here, but you know, this is using pre-market volume. 44.95 actually, not quite a cross. All right, knocked myself out of the YY trade. Took a little loss on that. I'll keep an eye on it if it comes back to that alert, 37.39. Okay, let's see. Gap down in reverse for GRBK. All right. Okay, I don't want to give up on the YY, but I want that mark. I want to have a green bar there. I want to give up on it completely. Took a small loss. BBW still trying to crack that 15 level. All right, let's see if it works this time. For the YY. Well, the market still is come on, market, just put in one green candle here. Ooh, the NTRA is still, it's right at yesterday's high again. Well, I didn't get the fill I wanted on YY. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I didn't get the fill. I'm okay, but you know, if the bid catches up to the ask, I just didn't get the fill. I mean, I almost feel like just dumping it now. I just don't have enough. Well, of course, at 38 it'll be enough, but so you know, this is what we're talking about time and sales. Oop. I mean, it hit 37.60, but then, you know, just not a lot of action right now. All right, BBW is now underneath 15. All right, let's see if we can move down a bit. There's the ISPO, almost at the all-time high. Sorry, days high, almost ISPO. You know, I haven't looked at this one in about all week. What is DWAC doing? Ugh, nothing. Wow. Yikes. I haven't looked at this one all week. Yeah, well, it bounces to the 38 level. I'll be okay, but just didn't have enough. Wow. I mean, look at this DWAC. Oh, there is your line in the sand right down there, 65. The spread on that BBW, 10-cent spread, right? 9-cent spread right now. Need a big breakdown underneath 15. Wow, this is just Chop City right now, guys. I mean, this is just, unless you're into something that is real. I see, yeah, Real's talking about little poppage for the AGRI. What do we get to? The high of 520. Well, I could be induced a little bit over here. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I just didn't have enough. On the YY, didn't have enough. At least the spread is caught up. FPI, let's take a look at FPI. Farmland, yeah, okay, farmland partners. Anything to do with farms and seeds and stuff. Well, it's almost an all-time high. Interesting. I don't think I saw this one today, really. Meanwhile, BGS just continues to make its way down here. Little break out of consolidation right there on the 5s. Another leg down. It's not an earnings play. It's a food. Well, I don't know what they do. I mean, it says food, but manufacturer, distribution or shelf, stable frozen food products in U.S., Canada, Puerto Rico. All right. Well, for whatever reason. Hey, well, listen. Yeah, if it gets up to 38, I'll be happy. Even right now, it's not too bad. The YY for me, not too bad. All right. Let's see. Come on down. Should. Any sort of a little tick down, I'm gone. I mean, it's got room on the 15s, so 38.30. I doubt if it's going to get there, but all right, guys, it is Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday. So at 2 o'clock, I am in a marketing meeting. And these have been going on for quite a while now. I don't mean the marketing meetings themselves, but the duration of them. BBW, that spread, come on. Anybody here trade the OTC market? We got the odd person that I noticed, but other than I don't, certainly not a big following OTC in this room anyway. Doesn't mean there's nobody that trades it, but all right. Well, actually, YY, come on. Little pop right through 38. So this is from Zach's scan here, guys. Okay, there's the bounce plays from Zach's 37, excuse me, 37.39. I took it early. I got stopped out, little loss. I got back in right around this level. And hey, takes out 38. I just don't have enough shares. The reason being is I couldn't get them. I put in an order and then it just it zipped past my order. So I got to fill, but just not as many as I wanted. That's all. All right, somebody was saying BTU goes down every day. Well, here we go. BTU, a little pop here, guys. So 3 days of kind of blah trading, and now we've got this thing moving higher. And come on, SPY. Over the counter, yeah, over the counter. Typically, yeah, pink sheet stocks. Wow, no kidding. I mean, I don't know what made me look at this one. I was just thinking, hey, I haven't seen DWAC for a while. I had no idea that it was doing this. No idea. Yeah, not. It's not just price too low though. A lot, there are some restrictions. Sometimes they don't want to file every 3 months. An earnings report. I mean, there are some other reasons because you will see some OTC stocks that are certainly above $1. Okay, so their OTC stocks are another reason. It's more filing and things. Wow, look at DWAC. I mean, I just mentioned it here. There's a $3 drop. All right, why? All right, even with my meager number of shares, it's turning out okay. If you go to my home page, it's there. Okay, go to my home page, and it is there, and it is. I'll show you exactly where it is. So click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. And right, yeah. So here's the scan section right here. Okay, click here for the scan section, and it's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay. And it is a docked window, so you're going to get both of them in this window. Okay. All right, finally, a little leg down for BBW. Come on, crash. Zach told me this was the best setup ever, so this better crash. What on earth is with HCC? Well, you've intrigued me, JK. Let's take a look at HCC and see what's happening. Well, you know, it's a coal play, energy play. All-time high, but you're right. There's no... But I mean, with a lot of the other, like the coal plays and everything like that, they were running. It's just that this one did not drop as much. Well, first of all, I'm just kidding, Zach. Okay. Number one. No, I'm talking BBW. Of course I named it after you. I cannot take credit for it. Of course I named it after you. I mean, I modified it a little bit to my style, but the gist of it is still there. Wow. YY has been awesome now. Even though I didn't have exactly the number of shares I wanted, but now this has turned out to be an excellent bounce play. Well, a million years may be too long, but I never thought it would do this. Never, never, never. Gambling with your life. That's a little harsh. There it is, Zach, in all its glory. Zach's bouncers and toppers. If you're watching my screen or seeing my screen. Okay, finally BBW made a nice move down. Nicer move down. The spread is not quite as bad. Not quite as bad. HYMC, now I saw it here. You're right, it is over $1 again. I mean, this 2 days ago, this got up to 139, closed down here. Yesterday, I mean, it just got trashed down to 62 cents. And now it's popped up again. So this is a wild one, guys. And my sound alert here is wow. So every time I hear wow, I look and hope it's BBW. I should have a wow for the YY. That is, there we go. It's just, wow. Yes, wow. Thank you. Wow, wow. Again, this is my sound alert, just in case you guys are wondering if I'm crazy or something. I mean, we can put sound alerts And wow. Okay, wow is the sound alert I put on this one. And see, wow, wow. Every time it makes a new low. Now, meanwhile, the HYMC, I don't know what to say about this one. I mean, that was crazy action yesterday and now right back up. I can't remember if they had any specific news on it on the day that it got up to $1.39. Remember, yeah, I mean, 3 days ago, this was a 30-cent stock. So you could argue perhaps that, a ton of people in at this level, trading out again. Maybe new people getting in here. I really don't know. All right, so I'll be in this marketing meeting, so I've just got to keep an eye on the YY and the BBW. And you know what's cool? Is that one is on the way up and the other one's on the way down. You make money in both ways. IJA in the market. Yeah, we do have a block filter, Joey. So if you right click, configure and do a search and type in block. Ever wondering if we have anything, okay? Whatever you might be thinking of. The best thing to do is go to an alert window and then click on the search and then just type in and see what we've got. So for instance, block trades. The minimum I think is 20,000. I think if you click on help, it has to be at least 20,000. Yeah, at least 20,000 shares, okay? So you can use this, you add the alert, and then you put whatever the minimum that you want in. Okay? I actually have one done. See if I still have it. I mean, you can take a look at it. One of the reasons, and I'm going to show you something too. As I keep an eye on everything else. Load. Okay. So you want to add the description and the quality columns, okay? The reason why, it'll tell you, quality will tell you the exact number of shares, and then the description will tell you if it's trading at the ask, bid, or the ask, or in between. So I can give you this, you can obviously adjust it to whatever price range you want. But I can give you this as a template that you can use. Let me just do it this way. Okay, block trade, share. All right, guys. So I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I need full attention really on the trade. So I have taken some off this BBW. Okay. And I still have, I still have my full YY. The reason I have the full YY, I don't have that many shares, so I have to make it worth my while. But one more little downtick, and that's it for me on the YY. Then I can devote my attention to the marketing meeting that happens in about 5 minutes. Gonna take one more peek at DWAC. Okay, I'm totally out of the BBW now, guys. So all I've got left is the not some, but the YY. What screen? Well, many. Well, way back when, it was in my watch list, number one. Okay, 248 was the price, 959. At 959, it triggered on the watch list here. But also in the 10-day daily breakout, probably around the same price, 251, 248. So, a little bit earlier in my watch list, but in the 10-day daily breakout. I'm sharing these. Okay, there's one. And I could probably, I'm sure here, just in the basic new highs and lows. I mean, this was firing all over the place. Now, is that a big deal about banning the export of planes? I don't know about a Russian plane. I've never heard of one. I mean, I know Aeroflot, but I don't. But do they actually make planes that people buy around the world? Okay, we're going back to the Second World War. All right, guys, 157. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put myself on mute now just to get ready for this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I'm out of the YY though. I'm out of the YY now. Meanwhile, the market, yeah, putting in a nice little move here. I'm just going to waiting to put myself on mute. Well, it doesn't look like that NTRA is going to take out that high. I mean, this could turn into a. I mean, actually, this is turning into a potential short now. Now that they took out all this, maybe short to the level of 42. So I think I don't know if Zach is still short this or coming back into it. Nancy Kerrigan, right, William? Hopefully you get that. Okay, guys, I put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Another long meeting. I'm looking at this HOTH. Now I understand what you were talking about. Not necessarily pink sheet stocks, Zach, but just something that is like a penny stock, right? Man, oh man, yeah, look at this thing. Romp. FDA orphan drug status. See what happens with this yesterday, tomorrow. And let's see what else. AQB. Why do I think that's cannabis? That must be. Oh, I'm thinking ACB. Aqua Bounty Technologies. Sounds like a fish farm. Yeah, a fish farm. Oh, this is this HOTH. Seen this in the past. This one in the past. Not OTC. Surprising that it isn't for all the days and weeks, etc., that it's been under $1. But there are the rules, you know, that I guess obviously you can still be on Nasdaq and not have $1 as your minimum price. Obviously, there are other rules. Not approval. Okay, let's see. Spikes on. Well, let's just read what it says. Well, okay, after the US, FDA granted it the orphan drug designation. Does that not mean approval? Okay, no problem. I mean, that's why we're, you know, the crowdsourcing of data. So that's good. Okay. How is your that service that you and Zach have? Is it still, you still like it? I can't remember what it's called, what it's called. Boy, look at NTRA really giving it up now, guys. Really giving it up. This could be interesting tomorrow. You know. Yeah, I'm surprised it is actually shortable at Interactive Broker. I haven't shorted a sub $1 stock in a long time. HOTH, yeah, there are 450,000 shares available. I mean, this, you know, you would think one. I can't imagine it'll take out one today. There's a 200-day right up there also, 108. Yeah, no kidding. Did they ever give up on Agri? But look at NTRA. It is just really starting to tumble now. Next area of potential support, it's actually getting pretty close to it. Maybe this 40, just underneath 42, right around this area. You can see pre-market. You can see what it did in the pre-market, right around this area. So it takes that out, and look out below, guys, NTRA. Meanwhile, speaking of looking out below, how is that DWAC doing now? Yeah, it continues to move down. Can you only short over $1, William? Is that an E-Trade issue or Fidelity? Where do you do most of your trading, William? Just out of curiosity. You use one for one E-Trade? Okay. Why do you have Fidelity? Just again, out of curiosity. Okay. Yeah, but what do you use to trade? I mean, if you're using E-Trade, I mean, I understand IB's platform is garbage, but I wouldn't, I am so used to it. I would never switch really unless I don't know what would make me switch from E-Trade or IB. I really don't know what would make me switch. HYMC, okay, let's take a look at HYMC. You're right, absolutely right. Ah, man, oh man, oh man, I took out that dollar. So look what it's doing. It's getting back up to the high of 2 days ago, HYMC. Right up to the high, 139. And this is not a low float. I mean, 60 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float. Look how much volume, 154 million shares. Let's just see, you know what? I mean, this could, what was the volume here? 202 million shares. So it's starting to approach. I mean, there's only, less than an hour left, but it's starting to approach the volume of 2 days ago. Yeah, I have zero experience with TOS. My feeling is that IB has more shortable shares than TOS, but other people who have TOS and maybe have IB or switch back and forth, maybe they can shed better light on it. I've never had TOS. Yeah, they have a lot of, yeah, I mean, I know Real uses it for charting, TOS for charting, but as far as, I think Real still has IB Lite. Well, definitely this has to be watched tomorrow. I mean, HYMC, I mean, it's just taken out that high. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart. What do we see? 173 is the next high on the monthly. Let's take a look at the weekly. It looks like it's the same. Yeah, so 175. Big area of resistance. It looks like right around 175. Yeah, but Real doesn't use Brokerage Plus. Now, I think I understand what you mean. If you use Brokerage Plus as an interface, would that be better? I don't know. You're not talking when you talk about a crummy interface. You're not just talking, but you must be talking about more than the order entry, right? Because I don't know. I just don't get hung up on it. I mean, it's got the order entry screen. The symbol goes in. I click on it. The symbol goes in. Pick how many shares I want. That's it. Oh, charts. Okay, charts. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see that if you're looking to go half out and things like that. I'm just not that trader. I'm just not that type of trader. It doesn't. The rapid fire hotkeys and things like that don't really interest me that much. But, oh, let's see. I didn't even look at the 200-day moving average. You are right. Yes, you were right. 157. I didn't even look at it. I just was looking at all this, which is very close. Yeah, I mean it's pretty close. A bit of a range here, 151 to 170. Well, BBW, I'm glad, so glad I got out of it. Had a nice bounce. BBW, great bounce here. Yeah, hi David. Yeah, I'm going to stick around until 3:30 on the mic. The marketing meetings are going so long now. There's a lot to talk about, and the format literally is, okay, what do you got? And what do you got? And what do you got? What do you got? So it's kind of a roundtable discussion. Is this shortable for me, HYMC? And the answer is no. So the speculation that this is moving higher, of course, is gold and silver properties. So yeah, again, amid inflation concerns and the Russia Ukraine conflict. Okay, so if you're looking for a reason, okay, there's your reason. All right, guys, let's see. Well, I kept watching that PDO to see if it would really take out. Well, it did take out the VWAP, but you know what? Didn't have a ton of room. Even once it took out the VWAP, looks like there's a ton of resistance right around here. So that wasn't enough for me. But I was kind of watching it for a while. The PDO. Still have some earnings plays here, but there's some of the really cheap ones. So I'm just looking at a couple of my earnings plays up, but just kind of cheap, and they don't trade very much. That's the problem right now. So we still have some earnings plays, but in terms of number, but they just don't trade very much, and usually they're fairly cheap ones. Obviously, a big one today though was Fossil, FOSL. And that certainly traded enough, 14 times normal. Good night, Real. Long day. All right, guys. So yeah, so Chris will be in the YouTube room at around 3:30, 3:30 to 4:30. That's when I'll sign off completely in the main room. What's the max amount? it just turns out that probably it'll be about 3. Okay, it's not that I won't do 4, but it's I can't remember the last time I had 4. The question in our YouTube room: how many positions open? What's the max number of positions open I'll have at one time? I'm rarely in more than 2 at a time. Rarely. If I'm in 3, I start to sweat. Okay, because I do manage them on their own. I don't automate anything. But I'm pretty selective, so it'd be very, very rare that I'd have more than 3. And I would say, but it's not like I put a cap at 2. I don't go, okay, I'm in 2, and even so, if I see a great setup, I don't say, okay, I can't take it because I'm already in 2. No, but it's rare though that I'm in more than 2. Aha! They reach an agreement. Play ball. Tentative. Okay, tentative agreement. Dog futures up. Well, I don't know how many people actually bet on baseball, but obviously DraftKings and stocks like that. Maybe a little pop, a little bit of a pop. Maybe on that news, guys. And beer. Let's take a look at Bud. Well, if you've got shorts available for HOTH, I mean this is certainly looking up. Well, obviously you would have probably tried to take it around 85. Look at these topping tails. Too bad. I mean this would be classic if this were another type of stock over $1 with shorts available for. Oh, there were shorts available. What am I talking about? Okay. I thought this was one that there weren't shorts available. I would like to get it around 84. The problem is, where is it going to go to? Plus, I want to stop. All right, guys, it is 3:22. So what I'll do now is I'll put the YouTube link in. If you guys want to head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for his hour from 3:30 to 4:30. Ribbon has earnings after hours. Yikes, that'll be interesting. That will be interesting, though. I'm all kidding aside. Yeah, it's a matter of how much has Riven lost. We know they've lost, but I mean, it's all what expectations are. We thought you'd lose 100 million, and you only lost 75 million. So let's bid the stock up. I mean, it's really almost like that. Yeah, I don't have his like, he doesn't take private emails, but you can set, go to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, and you can tell us what you're looking for. Michael Noss in the Market Explorer, and we're still waiting on the MFIs Act. It is. I think it's been done. It just has to get added. It may not be what you want anyway, though, because understand that you won't be able to massage it at all. Okay, but it'll be a start. So it's interesting, at least to me, I put that alert for the SPY above the highs there, and it did take it out. A big surge, it did take it out. It's popped down below that level again, but let's see if it can remain above all of this. And who knows, maybe we'll have a little bit of a rally into the close, though this doesn't look that good. AQB on earnings. Yeah, I mean, I know Zach pointed this out a little while ago. Didn't see it at all day. I mean, really, it had earnings. There's the pre-market, nothing. Absolutely no clue that this was going to go from $1.37 to $1.86 based on the pre-market. Well, David, I mean, it's not what I mean, it's what the market. I mean, the market bids it up. The market bids it up. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, should Riven ever have been, a $170 stock? No, but traders come in and they just decide they're going to do what they're going to do. I've long since stopped trying to figure out why things happen, okay? I mean, within reason. And still none of those cheap IPOs, Cam. They're holding off. Yes, sir, Zach. Thanks for all the good calls. And Real's gone. I should thank him too. Yeah, they're hiding out for sure. Wow, this is hanging tough, guys. This HYMC is hanging tough. Could be interesting after hours. You're right. It takes out that 200-day. Where could it go? I mean, at one point this was a $16 stock, but it's a fairly big float. I mean, 60 million in the float, so it's not one of these low floaters, which makes it impressive that it got up 120% with that float. I mean, it's not high float, but it's not crazy low. Yeah, so Joey, this is what I would do. I would use let me see if I can just bring this up. I would use the volume percent, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay. So this is my pre-market scanning, okay? So this is I would use the volume today percent, because if you see something, for argument's sake, that had, say, 50% in the pre-market, that's pretty significant as an example, okay? Because that would mean that in the pre-market, it's already done 50% of what it normally does for the entire day. Okay? So that's what I would use. I have that as a column, and I always click on that column, just to see what stocks are trading like a lot compared to what they normally would do for the whole day. So that's about as close as you're going to get to the relative volume. So does that make sense? The volume to date percent filter. Well, I don't know if they actually started at 100, David. I can't remember. I mean, it may have been the first print and all. I can't remember if that started at 100 in terms of the ribbon. Did that make sense, Joey? Okay. To me, it's a good workaround. I mean, because obviously, if something, is some percent, 50%, 100%, that means in the pre-market. I mean, it is really, trade. Now, make sure you have a minimum number of shares. You don't want something that trades normally 5,000 shares a day, and now it's traded 5,000. Well, big deal. But that's where I would start. And then you can sort on that column. Just click on it and sort, and then you'll see the ones that are, on a relative. To me, it's like a relative basis. Ah, there you are, Chris. Okay, great. Whew. Okay, guys. Okay, Chris, I will put the YouTube link in so people can head over there if they want. Have a great hour. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Check the audio and the video. We look good. I think my mic was maybe a little far away. Let's see if that's better. All right. So happy Thursday, everybody. Another fun and exciting day of chop and slop around the market today. Hopefully you all are staying safe in this tough environment that we have. 3:30. Dan, I ain't seen you in a minute here. Been a while. I feel like I haven't seen you since just before the New Year's, to be honest. So yeah, happy Thursday, everybody. This will go for about an hour today, and then I'm not sure if any of you attend the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars, but I'll be filling in for Andy there. And then I'll be right back here at noon tomorrow to fill in for Andy again, and then 3:30 again tomorrow. So TRD, how are you? So for anybody that's new to this or isn't familiar with the format, we do this as an open format. This here, I don't have any pre-done content. I don't prepare anything. I leave it as an open forum for you folks to ask questions, drive the content in that way. Whether it's alert windows or racing or brokerage plus, so on and so forth. So hit me with your questions. If not, as I always say, if I get the silent treatment, I'll do my best to keep you all thoroughly entertained. Welcome, Susan. Happy Thursday to you. So like I said, I do this as an open forum. So let you folks ask the questions. Again, like I said, I will, do my best to entertain. Other than that, what are the webinars about? Today I'm going to do some stuff on stock racing. I'm going to kind of steal what I did the other day in here. Part of it. So my specific, format tonight for it will be I'll do a market recap. I'll do a Holly recap. I'm going to do kind of a race recap. Welcome, Sarah. I'll do a race recap and some thoughts about races, and then I'm going to go into the two main races that I use. I'm going to go into how to set up a custom formulas for using the race that, if you're looking at the screen, the race that's on the left, the left, because that one requires the customs that are kind of easy. Kind of, dabble into customs a little bit with the folks in those webinars, because a lot of them I don't think make these webinars. Everybody's got different schedules coming from work and school and all those things like that. And if I have any time left over, I'll take a couple of chart requests and shut it down for the evening. Excellent. Yeah, I haven't looked at the overall market, but I had some winners and losers out of the races today.
I'll be honest, today was the first day in a couple of months that the races weren't great for me. I kind of jumped on something early. I got stopped out. I got beat up. I was trying to do where I said I'm going to try to record me trading. I just don't think me recording trading is going to work out. Unfortunately, I can't. There's no setup that I can make with all the support software I have to run and record properly and stay focused. And I ended up. I don't like to put hard stops in generally. I like, I usually do it as a mental stop, but I got stuck in a support ticket, not paying attention, and this went past where I wanted to put my stop, and and that was that. And I got stopped out for a loss that I wasn't exactly thrilled about on this here. So um, I got in. Odd, it doesn't show my opening order. I wonder why. Well, I got in on a 450 break. I think I actually got filled at like 454 or something like that. And I ended up in a support call, and I didn't see these wicks happening. I should probably hindsight's 2020 or whatever. Maybe I should have put in an upside order to sell some of it here, but I thought it was going to make a move similar to the other day. It did not, and next thing I know, I looked up and we were trending down like this, and I was kind of caught past where I wanted to leave my stop. The body of the candle down here, and it started coming down, so I just hit flatten on the position. So it makes it hard sometimes to trade this stuff when I'm in these support chats and things like that. And then on top of that, I was trying to record and talk and draw on the charts and what I was doing and thinking, and it's just too many things for my brain to do at once. So I don't think those recordings are going to happen for me for some time here. My specialty in support here is for brokerage plus, and there's just a lot of people that have, in all honesty, never traded before and are trying to automate trading, with having really never bought stocks in their entire life, and it leaves me buried in files all day long. Yeah, Susan, multitasking and I say this every once in a while. Contrary to popular belief, humans are terrible at multitasking, and I am a human being. So, anyways, with that said, the races weren't as kind to me as today. I think today was my real first losing day with races in 2 months. I've always been able to eke something out for the last couple of months. I don't day trade every day, so I'm day trading 2 or 3 days a week, I'd say. Anyways, it happened like that. Found UUU in the races. I did okay with that. Again, I don't think that for some reason my orders aren't showing on this. I think I just got disconnected. That's what happened, and it lost all my spots. I know. I usually do. I just, like I said, I had recording software up. I had someone who was claiming that Brokerage Plus wasn't working for them while it was working for them, and I was stuck trying to figure out what was wrong when there was nothing wrong. They just did not understand what trading really actually is. And that was it. Just too much going on. I also, here's the full disclosure on ENVS. I got into this before the first 15-minute candle closed, and that's a no-no. That's a no-no. I should have waited for that first 15-minute candle to close. Now, I don't know that would have changed anything, but all of a sudden, you start seeing these topping tails and bottoming tails, and you start to realize, this is kind of stuck here. And if I had hung out a little bit longer, I would have probably seen that and said probably not the one to get into. But I don't know. I was all amped up this morning, and I jumped it. I jumped it too early. That's all there is to it. Broke a rule. I know I love the price alerts. The price alerts with the races. And here's one of the things I highlight with the races, and what'll be one of my highlights tonight when I do the webinar, is the fact that a lot of people have these momentum scanners and alerts, and I'm sure there's plenty of people that have been using the software for a long time. They do really well. But a lot of those alerts, they're just nonstop. It's alert, 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 alert. It just keeps coming and coming and coming, and it doesn't stop. I'm sure some people use the don't repeat function and set it for a time period or anything like that. But instead of having that noise or worrying about that noise, or if it's going to, pop up again for me or not, the races, they leave it on my screen the whole time. And if the stock is relevant, it's in these windows. I'm looking at 20 stocks. That's essentially it. And then I set the price alerts. And so even with the price alerts, I'm still not looking at more than 20 stocks. All right, you too, David. Good. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. XLE winning a race, so I caught the move in CVX. Very nice. CVX, I feel like, what is that? Oh, Chevron, duh. Yeah, nice couple minute move here on the open. Nice solid hour and a half there. So, this is a prime example of, you come, you get the gap, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. We've held the gap. Now we're looking pretty solid. You make a nice move up, a little pullback, and another nice move up. Very manageable trade, especially when you have this nice range and the nice direction that we've already been moving in. So, yeah, anyways, so back to what you were asking there, TRD, with the webinars. That'll be kind of what I'm doing with the webinars tonight, with the webinar filling in for Andy tonight. I had a whole bunch of other items that I was going to show. I had some scans that I messed around with early this morning, and I kind of froze them. And then someone that I was trying to troubleshoot with Brokerage Plus, I asked them to send me a scan. Instead, they sent me an entire layout. I didn't realize it, and when I loaded that cloud link, that was their layout. It killed my entire layout, and I lost all the data that I'd been collecting during the day. So it was a little bit of a bummer. So anytime, as a fair warning, anytime we ask you to send us a cloud link to a scan, please send us just the one scan. That's it, not your layout. Oftentimes, we're running a lot of troubleshooting stuff in layouts. And if we load another layout, we'll lose all the work that we were doing. So that's what happened to me today, and it was kind of a bummer because I had some cool stuff I wanted to show. But anyways, we adapt, we adjust, and we move on. ETRN, yeah, oil, oil, natural gas, pipelines. I'm not sure what happened to them. They got smacked down so hard. And that happened before earnings, so obviously some kind of bad news happened. But strong off that bottom, I'd say. But look at that, rejected right here. Again, no happy accident that happened. BP, we looked at BP the other day. That's SP. We don't want SP. We want BP. Yeah, see, I like to stay away from the huge floats on the energy plays as well. Maybe ExxonMobil I'd look at more than this, to be honest. It's because you got to get some real institutional interest in these ones here to get them cooking. PBR, Petrobras, right? I think if something with PBR is being in Brazil, it makes it a lot different. It used to be all over the place in Argentina where I live too. But there's a strong chart coming out of this base here. You look at this base, boom out of that base. Very nice climb. And this prior resistance here now becoming support, support, support. And I'd say if this thing keeps moving up, well, it's going to keep moving up. Of course, you're going to be tied to the price of oil. So if oil decides to roll over, of course, it'll be a horse of a different color. So, and one of the other things I like to show off on the races here is how many times something's won. So I lost all that data when I loaded that other layout. You see AGRI has been winning races all day long. This thing's been coming through races all day long. This should have been the one I was paying more attention to. However, I'm not crazy about stocks. I'm really not crazy about stocks under $8, let alone stocks under $4 or $5. So I think this actually didn't start coming in until here for me, to be honest, looking at that now. Let's see what's moving here on the close. Missed. No volume. No volume. No volume. So you got a lot of no volume stuff coming in, and I'll say this right now. Look at the volume in the SPY right now. None. This is where you start to worry a little bit if you're a bull, because, all right, here's our top, higher low, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, and this looks like it's ready to become a lower high again here. And then we start to look at, there's a low and a lower low, and does this become a lower low here? Because this closed up here, so we're not going to look at that there. And now all of a sudden, you look at declining volume here. All right, we're looking well under what we're normally doing in a day for the SPY over the last 10 days, so that doesn't bode well for the bulls right now. So all bounces are suspect. RSP, let's see where that's in relation to that. The RSP still looks not terrible to me compared to the SPY. Just stuck in this long range now, going nearly a full year. Might see what's happening. So, and for those that don't know, the RSP here, that's the S&P 500, but equally weighted, versus the S&P that's cap weighted. And then the other one that is more of a tail to the bearish side of tape of things right now, MDY. This is your mid cap trust, equally weighted. Now this thing actually looks better than the last time I looked at it several days ago. But again, home on the range. Look, we start a range back here. All right, we're still in this range right now. We popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it to the downside, popped in it, popped out of the downside, popped in it, popped out of the downside, popped back in it. So unfortunately, it is grinding lower, but it's not like from there to there is a huge world of difference, to be honest, on a percentage basis. So anywho, some deep market thoughts, or not so deep market thoughts. So again, if anybody's got questions or comments, go ahead and fire those away for me here. Take a look at the strength alerts here for the week that we'd put out. So let's see. So Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So TWI is looking okay here going into the close. Yeah, fire that question away. VRTX, so we got Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So VRTX looks okay. DRX, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Again, we're looking pretty good here on MDRX overall for the week. This one not as much. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So we're down here for EQR. And box is on my no trade list essentially. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So not looking great on box either. But, well, we'll see. One day to go. Yeah, the thing here with that is we can't compare bars. I played it for a medium-sized loss, Mike C. Larger loss compared to what I normally take. I was going over this at the beginning here. You missed it. I jumped in on a 450 break, and then I ended up in a support session, a support chat with someone that was having some Brokerage Plus and Trader Workstation issues, and I wasn't paying attention to it. And anyways, I took a loss on it. That's all there is to it. It was a loss, a little bit bigger of a loss than I intended to take. But back to you want a bullish kicker or engulfing bar. We can't compare bars. That's what our problem is. We only have the ability is in time frames. So we don't see bars like that. We see everything in a time frame. So like if you come into our configure, range. Range is done in time. Position and range. Right, but it's done in time, not bars. That's where I think people get the misconception from. It's done in times. It's not measuring bars. See, in minutes, not bars. So that's where the issue comes in. and trying to do it. We have the Market Explorer. I know that there was something that was just done in it actually recently. I haven't looked at it in a minute here. Let me pull it over. So inside bars. So we've got 30-minute inside. So we have inside day, 30-minute inside day, 15-minute inside bar, 2-minute inside bar for right now. So you have that. Is there Yeah, just some bad time. First off, Andy was out this whole week, on vacation. So me and Steve, picking up the slack on all the support stuff here. We just come off that our test drive, which was really big. So you have a lot of new people that have come in and things like that. So it was a bad week for me to try to change things around and try to record. I was trying to make videos of me trading and to put out to try to show how I'm actually trading with this, but I think it might be just a little more than my brain can handle. So we'll see what happens. But so Susan, what I would throw out there, one, you could always send us to an email to here, info@trade-ideas.com. All right, and say, hey, I know you have the Market Explorer. Is there any way with the Market Explorer I can get scan ABC, XYZ, whatever it is? And this goes for anybody. Now, here's the thing when you go to make a request about the Market Explorer. One, it can't be some niche thing that you and 3 other people have ever heard of on the entire planet. It has to be something that a lot of users will want to use, because this isn't like we flip a switch and we can do this with the Market Explorer. It's a blank grid sheet, and all the math has to be done and plugged in and calculated essentially. But the Market Explorer allows us to do things that the regular software can't do. So give us detail on what you're looking for in it, volume and, as much detail about the scan as you can. But keep in mind that when we build things in the Market Explorer, we're trying to build it for, hundreds, if not thousands of people, not, 5 to 15 people, because of the time that it takes. And the people that we have to pay to code these things. So that's kind of where that is. So no, the info@trade-ideas.com is for you to throw in a Market Explorer request, is what I was saying. The Market Explorer, you have to be on our newest version of the software. So if you go help, about, somewhere in here, there we go. You got to be on, well, you should be on 5.5.69 is the latest. I'm a version ahead because I'm testing things. Surmising you're on that, you would go to New and look for the E here, Market Explorer TIQ Trade Ideas Quant. That'll give you this window here. In this window, you got a link that brings you to the user guide section of the Market Explorer. Excuse me. And this will go over the scans that are in there. All right, we update it pretty regularly as we add scans, so I'm not sure if Stephanie's got that all updated. Let's take a look. Scroll down. All right, so we gotta add. We'll have to add a few scans to this still, but the general, short and skinny of that's in the user's guide section of the Market Explorer. And if you right click it, like everything else in Trade Ideas is right click, you go server window and you can see all these different scans that we've made, that we put in here, bear flag, bull flag, RSI divergences, long and short, and so on and so forth. So that's that there. Sorry, I have a message coming in here. trade is pre-market scanner, top list pre-market trading volume. So I thought I'd follow up market. Pete jump in at open. Yeah. P&L for Holly. There's no P&L for Holly. We don't have her in a live account. There, Dukester. The best you can do is you can either put her, to simulate in a simulated account, or you can have her, you can kind of follow here, and this is just going to go based on the entry price. So, if something's really spready, there's no way to know what the fill would be, and you can simulate like that. So I have this set up to, risk $100 per trade based on her stop loss, essentially. That'd be the only P&L to really look at for Holly. So if you wanted to do that, here's what you could do. So this won't have any effect with Brokerage Plus itself if you had it Holly either live or simulated like that. But if you go Tools, Options, and you go AI Trade Size, you can pick dollars per trade, shares per trade, or risk based on stop loss. So I have it just set at 100, and that's that. And so it'll tell me, what the P&L would be based on that, Yeah, it had off this opening bar here on that opening 5-minute bar. I mean, you had some time up above this level, but I saw it get rejected off of off this level so many times, a number of times. I should have just killed the trade right away. Hindsight's 2020. What I shouldn't have done is I shouldn't have gotten into a trade within the first 15 minutes. That's what I really should have not done. But it is what it is. So, all right, move this back over out of the way. And what do we got? 357. Holy cow. F cell. So what else do you folks have for me? Throw me some questions. So it's odd, it's not showing my correct position in F cell. I'm going to have to go back and look. I had some disconnects happen today, so maybe that's what's screwing everything up because all the numbers are messed up. But I took a position in F cell today. Took it back here on that candle, and I sat underwater for a while today and try to hold it through and see if we can't climb this mountain a little bit here. Now the fun is over. It's never over. Something I'm going to try to experiment with in the coming days and weeks is taking these two races that I'm doing and start to race them on different metrics instead of on the change percent like I've been doing. Gonna move over to try some volume, things like that. I don't have a gap scanner. I don't use a gap scanner. Gaps don't really influence what I do much of what I do. ENSV really teasing me now, messing with me after getting stopped out like that. Gonna have to keep watching it tomorrow. If it can capture that, you got to say to yourself, it's got a chance to get back up there again. But tomorrow's another day. I mean, we could go over like a gap scanner. Now, do you want like a gap scanner as an alert window, or just a top list going over, stocks that have gapped up the most? A couple different ways that we can scan for them. Gapped up the most, so we could do let's see, file, or excuse me, new. Let's go with the top list. All right, and now, do we want gap or do we want change from close? Like, we do gap here, gap percent. Let's add that filter. Let's say, I don't know, let's put a 1.5 minimum gap. We can sort on the gap percent. All right. Or we can sort on the change from close. So we're looking at things that have gapped and have continued up from the close. So you want to go with change from close, not gap. All right. Let's get rid of that. We can go change from close. Let's say we were up, 1.5. What we could also do is this. We don't even need to put a filter in there because we can sort on it. We can say, for example, show me stocks that are between, let's say, $5 and $100. All right. And let's say they've traded, 500,000 shares today. All right. And, we don't even have to put anything else in here. And because we're sorting on the change from close, we go like this, is just going to show us all the top stocks. And so I think it defaults to be 100. Record count. Yeah, 100. So this is going to show us the top 100 stocks that have traded at least 500,000 shares that are up the most today. So like that, very simple scan. We can look at all these items here. These are up the most from yesterday's close and traded that many shares. And throw another one in the books. Now we can add other metrics to this too. So are you looking to use this as like a pre-market scan, or do you want this as a during the day scan? Do you want it as an alert? Do you want to do it? You want to run it as a top list, and a top list as races, a top list by itself. So many directions that we can go with this. Yeah, we can mess around and build something here too, and then I'll share it out. Just give me some thoughts and some ideas what you're looking, and we'll put together a template, and I'll share out the cloud link to it. So you want something for pre-market. All right, so my thoughts with pre-market is less is more, because in the pre-market, you're not going to find stuff that's traded crazy amounts of shares in general, just a few odd stocks. So, I don't know what you're looking for in prices, but I'm going to put 2 to 100, and you can always change any of this. So maybe in the pre-market, oh my goodness, does everybody know that we have all-day data now? And you guys will have the chart soon too. I didn't even get to... We've got data our data starts at 4 a.m. now, for everybody that doesn't know that. Pre-market data. Anyways, with that said, maybe we want to put like a 10,000 minimum. So anything that's traded less than 10,000, we're not going to see in the pre-market. Relative volume doesn't work in the pre-market, so let's get rid of that. But we could use something like volume percent today, which is very, very similar. All right. And the idea behind this is, let's say, 100 is your baseline. So if stock gets to 100, on the volume today percent, that means it's traded its normal amount of volume for the last 10 days. If it gets to 200, it's traded 2 times its normal volume. So let's say that at 8 o'clock in the morning, you have something that's traded 10% of its volume over the last 10 days already at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'd say that's something that's on track to do a lot of volume today. Is it going to? Who knows? But the point being is that if it's done that much volume already, odds are there's at least been some interest in it, and we should be keeping our eye on it. So I was messing around. I did a race the other day in the pre-market. Scans actually have always worked from 6:45 a.m. Eastern. The scans, the charts still don't start working till 7 a.m. Eastern. But the charts, any day now, you guys will have the charts. So here, real quick, we'll mess around with this again in a second. But here, this is what you will all have very, very shortly. Don't be dumb. No. See, this is still bugged a little bit here. This is why we haven't released it all the way out yet. When I do pre-market, it's doing that to me. Make my charts go crazy. Let me see if I can trick the system into working. There we go. So check this out now. All right, here's the charts, and we're going to, there's 7:45 on a 15-minute candle, so that's all the way to 8 p.m. All right, here's 4 o'clock in the morning on the charts, all right? And new alert window. Watch this. Pre-market. Highs. Add alert. History. Time frame. 4:05 a.m. 4 a.m. And look at that, 4 a.m. data. All these are making pre-market highs, all right here. So you folks should all have access to this now. For scanning. So it was a huge undertaking what we had to do, but it's here. It's here. And like I said, the charts are right behind it. I'm told literally any day now. So that's that. All right, back to this gap scanner here that we're messing around with. So we come back to the configure. I was messing around with this with a gap scan, not a gap scanner, but just a pre-market scanner yesterday. I just threw 5% in here, so something had traded at least 5% of its normal 10-day average. And really that's it. And then we sort on the change from close, and there's nothing much to it. So we'll go pre-market. Pre-market change from close, volume, percent today. I'll give you a capital letter for pre. There we go. All right, and so this will give you the top 100 stocks that have moved and done at least 10,000 shares. Now, obviously, this is probably not something you're going to want to watch, after the market opens, because tons of stocks will have traded 10,000 shares after the market's open, done 5% of their volume. That's why it's I think it's good to have scans for the pre-market and scans for regular market. But all the same, you can have this. What I always ask is anybody that takes a scan that I share, please, if you intend to keep it, save it to your cloud, because eventually, about once a week, once every 10 days or so, I go through my cloud and I delete everything I don't use. And so there will be no way of getting those things back. Not that it's overly complicated, but just all the same, to save yourself the headache of trying to find it and create it. There you go. I'm going to say you're welcome on behalf of the dev team, because I really had very little to do in any of this. Mostly what I had to do with the pre-market data and the extended chart data for after hours was campaigning for you folks. And myself, of course. Although I don't really care about pre-market data, because I don't really look at the pre-market, to be honest. We should have it. That's all there is to it. It's a different world than it was 10 years ago, a different world than it was 15 years ago, a different world than it was 5 years ago. And the bottom line is we're moving towards a 24-hour market. odds are anyways. And so we as a company do be positioned for that. So like I said, it's a simple scan for the pre-market that I just shared in there, but give it a try. And if you don't like something in it, you right click, you change all of it. I have a question about stop loss. Yeah, there's some other stuff that's really big that's coming, but I can't tease it yet. I'm sorry. All I can say is there's some really big stuff coming, but the reason I can't tease it is, is it going to be 6 months from now? Is it going to be a year from now? So I dare not say anything. But just know that there is some huge, huge, huge undertakings going on behind the scenes here at Trade Ideas. But to your question about the 6 to 10 thing, so well, this is the problem with stop losses and why I don't always like to put hard stops in and I use mental stops, because I think a lot of people fail to understand what a stop loss is. A stop loss is a price trigger market order. So when you have a stop loss set for a position, essentially what you're doing is you're saying to the system, if the price touches this, I want you to sell at market. So that's that's what's happening. So all of a sudden, if you've got something that just ripped down on you and hit your stop loss, and all of a sudden that spread opens, let's say $1, you're probably going to get filled towards the bottom of that dollar spread. And so whatever your stop loss is, you could be getting filled $1 lower than your stop loss. That's the issue. It's still going to protect you overall, because for all you know, that thing could keep going and going and going down. So what people don't understand is that a stop loss is not a limit order. A stop loss it's a trigger at a price level for market order, versus a stop limit saying that, all right, if the price hits this level, I want to send out a limit order for limit X. So that's the difference between those orders that I think people get very confused on. At least I used to get very confused on them until I read it 1,000 times and it finally sunk into my brain. Possible for more historical data? No, it's not possible. Someday it's going to be. I'd like to believe, anyways. It's an internal campaign of mine, Eric. But for right now, no. The amount of server space that we had to just add to be able to do full market data is really, really incredible. How much server space we just had to add. Trillions of data points. We just literally trillions of data points that we just added. So for now. For now, it'll remain what it is. Well, tick charts, yes. That one I've been teasing a little bit though, Mike C. Cryptocurrency, no comment. You'll never get it out of me. I don't know exactly when. We've been told very soon for a long time now, but we continue to look at soon, anyways, for tick charts essentially. So hopefully sooner than later. So what are we referencing there, Michael? Oh, CYH. Is it still climbing? Yeah, still climbing, still grinding. Very nice. Get rid of pre-market and post-market. There we go. Interesting note for CYH. I talk about things when you don't have alpha volume on them. Look at that compared to a 15-minute SPY chart. And that's closed nicer than the SPY chart did here. The SPY chart got wobbly towards the end, and it started to get wobbly, and then was able to peel up. But look, the gap down, not as big of a gap, but all the same, they both gap down. And then moved up, moved down, kind of sideways drifting up, kind of sideways, more really just sideways, then started to move up, then started to move up. So really, really following the SPY right now. RIVN. What? Oh, this is that Amazon thing, right? I mean, have they done anything? From a technical standpoint, this thing's lower. I mean, there's your top, lower, highs, all the way through, lower, lows, all the way through. So that thing's lower as on a technical standpoint. You know, I say that it could, for all I know, we wake up and it's 100 tomorrow. For all I know, we wake up it's at $5 tomorrow. Yeah, there should always be a welcome screen to that there, Michael. That's what goes out in our email. There's people that subscribe to just the email, the strength alerts. That's it. That's it. Just the email. Yeah, I see. They just had earnings, so I don't even know. Did the earnings actually come out? Have they released them? Let's take a look. I see lots of shareholder lawsuits against them. I don't see anything about their earnings yet. Tanked ahead of earnings after the bell. Blah 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 blah. But they haven't released earnings yet, so whatever moves this is doing right now is all in speculation. Excuse me, a little tired here. Only 2 hours to go. Right. Yeah. I read something on Twitter about them, um, essentially being whatever nonsense. So Argo, are you actually moving right now, or are you just popping on my scan for fun? Luxembourg still at it. Beef and cattle ranching. Interesting. See, like things like this, oh, something I wanted to, I'm gonna talk about in the webinar I'll be doing in about an hour. Bad charts. I think this is one, this isn't a chart I'm exactly a fan of. I don't like when stocks are gapping all over the place like this, gap, all this, very choppy and unsmooth like. Of course, Holly got killed on it, but don't fight the trend. She was fighting the trend today on this one. And she lost. You know what? I haven't looked at it in a long time now. Stopped looking at my liked list with all the racing that I've been doing. I haven't been updating this at all. Probably the last things on it. Yeah, a lot of energy. Tech, coal still climbing. Vet, the trade of the week that really worked great. Is there a quick way to add a symbol watch list platform better? I'd say the quickest way is you could right click and go to send to symbol list, and you'll find all your symbols lists here. That'd be the quickest way. You can do that with any of these here. Right click. Well, you can't do it from the race, I guess. Yeah, can't do it from the race, but you could do it here. Right click. Somewhere in here. Send to symbol list. That would be the fastest way to do it. The next step would be tools, symbols list, and going through here and doing it like that. And is it possible for us to give a specific budget for Holly to auto trade? Yeah, but the charts are, the charts tell us is it a worthy trade to get into? That's where the charts come into there, Susan. You got to read those charts to know, is there room for this trade to run, where it can fall to, where it can go to, things like that. TRD, no. Essentially, the only things you can control with Holly is this. Let me bring over Brokerage Plus. All right, so here's Brokerage Plus. And connect to the simulator. I guess I don't really have to connect to the simulator, it won't matter. Come to Holly and you right click, you can edit the long instructions, edit re-enter long, edit short, edit re-enter short. What you can't do is, it's not instructions for individual strategies, it's instructions for direction of trade, all right? And so in the long here, these are the only things that you control, which is not a lot, but it's still, it requires knowing things about markets and trading. So first, you set the account, all right? And then you set your position sizing. Are you going to do, you're going to take, $30 worth of stock at a time, or are you going to take $3,000 worth of stock at a time? Or do you want fixed shares? Do you want 3,000 shares at once, or do you want 150 shares at once? Or you can do your risk size, or you can do your share size based on the stop loss. I want to risk $150 based on her stop loss, or $500 based on her stop loss. Then you go, order type. Am I going limit or market? If you go limit, you have to decide what your offset is. A negative number means you're willing to give up to get into the stock. A positive number means you want a better price than the alert price, essentially, or a better price than the current price or last price. I would implore you not to mess with the last price unless you really, really, really understand filters and market mechanics and the really in-depth stuff and advanced stuff of the software. You're not going to trick the system. You're not going to trick your broker into giving you a better price. That's just never going to happen. Then, of course, your time and force, pretty standard stuff here. The difference between moderate and conservative is going to be this. Moderate means the only two things that are going to get you out is a stop hit or a sell 5 minutes before the close of the market. Those are the only two things that get you out of a trade in moderate. Everything else is ignored. No profit save, no reduced risk, no target hit, no time stop. The time stop is a sell on close market order for 3:55 p.m. Eastern. All right, that's what moderate means. Conservative means you have a number of ways that you can get out. One is a time stop, okay, because not all strategies have a profit target. All right. Two is a profit save. All right. So we can see that this actually did have a profit target of 140, and it kicked in with a profit save. All right. So what it essentially, a profit save is saying the stock's a winner, it's pulling back, I'm not going to let it pull back anymore and become a loser. So it's like a de facto trailing stop essentially. And then you have a reduced risk. I don't have an example of reduced risk, but reduced risk means the trade isn't working. We're not at the stop loss yet, but we're not sticking around for the stop loss. We're killing the trade now in the reduced risk. And then last but not least, the stop hit. And then that's it. There's a timed exit also, like I said at the beginning. If it doesn't have a profit target, it'll have a timed exit on it, and that timed exit will be, based on whatever the strategy is. You can see that. So this is the strategy trades window. You can see that in the strategy window here. Time stops. There's your time stops for all these strategies. So most of them's 345. You got 350, 350 there. And that's the difference between those two. Yeah, you can pick and choose the strats that will fire by enabling them. What you can't do is set instructions for individual strats, but you can right click and enable the individual strategy, or you could you can highlight and then click them all, or whatever you want to do, enable all 11. And then yeah, TRD, I'm human and machine, human and machine, human and machine for Holly. I think it's, I think people that understand how Holly works, maybe let her entering trades, and then you cancel or adjust the closing orders, because as soon as Holly enters a trade, your closing orders go out to the broker, and you can find them in Trader Workstation, and you can find them in the orders tab too. And I think that's the best way to do it, quite personally. Human and machine, but to each their own. But yeah, you could pick. You don't have to send all the strategies out to work for you for the day. Excuse me. Um, you do have me kind of for 2 more hours, but I'm about to shut down and take a break before 5 o'clock. I gotta start yapping again for Andy here. If F dips to 1550, could be bottom watch. Yeah, that's all stuff that like I said, I'm a technician. I don't, you could tell me a company makes X amount of money. If I don't like the chart, and I'm not buying it. I gotta like a chart. So if I get the premium version, I can run tests for a while without risking money. Yeah, absolutely. We have a simulator. I mean, I'm connected to a simulator right now. That's what you're seeing here. So select account, trade ideas, simulated trading, or simulated trading default, whatever it is. And that's that. And then we only connect to IB and E-Trade right now. So IB has a paper account that you can use. You have to have a live funded IB paper account, or IB account for their paper account, and you have to pay them for live data. But yeah, you can also use them too as another way to do that. So, all right, that's going to do it for me. I'm going to skedaddle here. I'll be in that webinar in a couple of minutes, in about half an hour or so, give or take. Some of what I just did there, and here I'll be doing over there, and a little bit more. And that's the short and skinny for the day. So thanks everybody for popping in. Appreciate it, and you are very welcome, Susan. We will catch you here tomorrow, 3:30 Eastern, to wrap out the rest of this week. All right. Thanks, everybody, and you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Thursday. Take care, and bye-bye.